Welcome to Monadrew Plays Titanic Wreck Exploration for Titanic Anniversary Week. 113 years ago, yesterday, technically. Oh, we've got people in the chat. Hello, Noah and Darren Ferguson, UK Mets. I'm just going to bring up the chat on my phone just to make things a little easier. Bear with me a second. Right. I noticed this stream lagged for a second. Hopefully it's not going to be a big issue. Salutations! Should really change my PFP. That's better. Hey, I didn't see what it was before, but thank you. Darren Ferguson, UK Mates. Happy Titanic Week 1. Titanic alive, 12,600 feet underwater. We're into Titanic lie nearly 2.5 miles beneath the surface of the ocean, approximately 370 miles off the coast of Canada. Yep, off the coast of Newfoundland, Canada. Interesting fact, I'm sure Monadrew already knew, of course. Canada? Damn, yep. If things couldn't be worse, it's near Canada. Ship broke in two and the gap between the bow and stern is about 2,000 feet in the seabed. Yeah. Obviously, I googled this. That's fine. Yeah, I kind of knew it already, but my brain works in metric, not imperial. So I think of things in meters. Guess you learn something new every day. How are you guys doing? Let me know if the sound's a bit off or anything. There should be some desktop audio, but it doesn't seem to be coming through. That's better. Hello, Yuli Heart, how are you doing? Well, yeah, without getting like too much into the weeds, I'm a bit of a history nerd, but purely for this occasion. I was actually going to play another game which involved diving the Titanic wreck called, funny enough, Dive to Titanic. But it's a notoriously shit game, and when I downloaded it, I couldn't actually get it to work. It runs off some old Apple Flash software, I think, and I just couldn't get it to run. So I decided to go on a much better game. Supposedly. I've never actually played this. Well, slight lie. I did just run it a bit last night in sandbox mode, just to make sure everything worked okay. Seems to be working pretty well. But this game's basically Titanic VR from 2017, 2018. It's got good reviews at the time. I never played it. But there's an even more accurate and more like complex, visually impressive game about the Titanic wreck right now, which is Titanic vROV. But I don't think my computer can run it because I'm not that advanced. So I guess I'll just see how this one goes. But this one does seem to be quite good. I haven't decided if I should play just sandbox exploration or if I should like play the game itself. There is a little experience bit here, which is just like a computer simulation. I tell you what, I'll play this just for something for the background while I'm blabbing on. No, you here. Welcome. Hope we don't end up like those rich seas. Hey, Darren. It wasn't just rich people. Remember that. Hey, let's take a trip down memory lane with Drew on the Titanic. Maybe this time we can avoid the iceberg. Bro, watch your ship, bro, watch your ship. So, weird thing was, I went to a Titanic exhibition last year. Titanic Birmingham.
Women and children. This way. Women and children.
And they were actually playing this video here as part of the exhibition. This is my little book from it. So this isn't...
If they can, they are not responding.
So you can't really play much of this. You can just kind of look around. It just gives you an idea of things.
Quickly now. Women and children.
So I guess we're on about to step over into a lifeboat. Talking about the sub.
Where are we going?
I'd argue some of those people were innocent too. I wouldn't be,
We'll be back soon.
Over here. Let's try this.
especially the kid.
Children only, sir.
Please, sir, can't you see my wife needs help with the children?
Sorry, sir. Captain's orders.
But funny enough, this might be a bad coincidence, but I am also going to be diving Titanic today, using a game controller to steer.
I can't manage without you. I need you.
Hopefully I'll do better than the Titan.
But
Don't worry, Marie. I'll get on another boat. You go ahead with the children.
Daddy, I don't want to go without you.
John, I don't see any men boarding.
I don't know if I'll play this whole thing, because again, you can kind of look around, but it's not really interactive.
Help your mother and sister. Yes, Dad.
I'll sip more of my tea from my replica Titanic mug.
Boy,
What age is he?
he's only 16.
How's everyone doing anyway?
God's sake,
Do something, John.
is there nothing you can do? My wife can't manage alone.
I'm afraid not, sir. Captain's orders.
The officers are letting the boys leave on the other side. You must hurry.
Thanks.
Oh no.
Take the baby. Look after Emma.
Well, maybe an Xbox controller will steer a bit better than the Logitech.
Daddy loves you very much. Be good for your mother and sister. We'll see you again soon.
Daddy, don't go. You have to come with us. We won't be able to find you.
Shush now, love. You're going on the
Yes.
boat with your mom and
So I was actually thinking about once this live stream's done, depending if it goes okay, I might re-upload it
To the next boat.
with some edits. Like I might put in some images about stuff I want to make a point. I should show some pictures of the exhibition I was at, because what you did while this video was playing, you actually sat in a replica boat as well, watching all this happen.
Emily, go. You have to go with your mother. Go.
Do we have any Titanic-related beverages and food? The beverage is lemon tea,
We'll head straight for another boat.
which is a pretty old-timey beverage. In fact, in the James Cameron movie, the captain is drinking lemon tea at one point. So, and this is a crew mug. Well, it was the same mug for crew and third class. So this is kind of a Titanic beverage. Though I have put a bit of honey in this one.
There, sweetheart. They'll be fine. Thank you.
Yep, and there's the rockets.
Father's favorite. Do you believe there's any real danger? Oh no, dear. I saw men locking
So, did you know that was only one person on the Titanic?
I'm sure
Turkish person on the Titanic was a doctor. I think he died. I did not know that off the top of my head. Wouldn't surprise me though, sadly.
Oh dear.
Do the steerage have their own boats?
I don't know. There should be boats in the third class decks, but I haven't seen any.
Surely there must be extra boats kept elsewhere. Otherwise, how can all the passengers leave the ship?
How's your ankle, Helen? You took quite a tumble boarding the boat.
So,
I think it may be
obviously it's for the purposes of like the simulation, but this is a lot brighter than what it actually would have been on the night. It would have been a lot darker, but like the movie, you have to be able to see what's going on if you want an idea of things.
Oh, I do hope Father is safe. Surely he'd be
Don't you have a Captain Sailor hat? I do actually, it's up there.
Yes, well, this is not quite the ending to our adventure that I was expecting. You remember Father's face?
I wore this thing on a cruise I went on.
Steady forward and lower away astern. Steady forward. Lower together, men. Hold off! I can't manage
Cheers.
this boat with only one seaman. Are there any sailors aboard? Present yourself. This boat needs another hand. I am a yachtsman.
Oh, I remember this.
Enough to get onto that boat. You can go.
Yeah, a passenger who had experience of the boats actually did slide down the rope when they needed someone else to man it.
Ready?
Oh my goodness.
Might be a bit dark to see him, but there he is there, just lowering down.
There, by the oarlock. Thank you.
Captain Monadrew, cheers.
Far away! Lower together.
It's so dreadfully cold tonight.
Almost there.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're halfway through this little video section. I may as well just let the whole thing play while we're talking.
Not up there.
I wasn't a pleasant man.
Mass was lovely this morning.
So yeah, technically it sunk on the 15th, which was yesterday, but
This is his
I
last
consider the whole week Titanic week.
Such a beautiful ship to retire on.
On the 16th, the survivors would still be on the rescue ship heading to New York.
Phoned it so the captain could attend mass instead.
Oh, perhaps that explains why the sailors on
Oh,
the deck seemed
more
almost
rockets.
unprepared when lowering this lifeboat. And why our lifeboat has only 3 sailors.
Yes, this whole
Hey,
affair
Yuli Hart.
rather badly. I shall be making a complaint when we come aboard Titanic.
Help! I'm trapped! Help! Help!
Mommy, I'm scared.
Did you watch the Minecraft movie? I have not.
Get ready to release the ropes. Aye, aye, sir.
be honest,
Water coming in. Get that plug in. The boat will founder.
I've never played Minecraft, so I
Stand on that plug.
don't know if I'd get anything from the movie, although apparently there's not much to it.
Leave this ship, or suction will pull us under.
So yeah, especially early on in the sinking when they were lowering boats, a lot of people legitimately thought it was just a drill and that they would be back on board pretty quickly.
Pull! Put your backs into it.
We can help row.
No, the men will row.
Speaking of rowing, I was actually rowing a boat yesterday. I went to Morpeth, like for a visit. I used to live there, and they have rowing boats on the river, so I paid for about an hour's worth of rowing. So I was on the water. I've never played Minecraft ever.
He's so
It's
sorry.
actually the next game I'm going to play when I'm paid next month.
On this boat.
Yes, Mum.
I should have stayed on deck with
Not long till we see if Anakin falls to the dark side again. Maybe this time changes his mind. Well, you know what it's like whenever you watch movies, even if you've seen them before, part of you kind of always
And what if there is real
has a small hope that maybe things will play out differently. That's where videos like Star Wars theories, fan fictions come in, where he does like, you know, what if Anakin did this differently, that kind of thing.
Anything tonight?
I doubt the other ship will even see us approach.
Ma'am, can you hold
Oh,
us,
you
please?
just use T-launch, I remember you saying.
Much better. Thank you.
Let's hope they see us.
It looks like some boats don't have their lanterns lit.
No stars. The sky is beautiful.
Yeah, as you can see, it's kind of sinking there at the front there.
Are there any supplies in this boat?
There's nothing. No water, no bread, no compass.
Any blankets?
I don't see any.
There are a few here.
Yes.
Yeah, so there's only a few more minutes left to this little simulation.
Officer, look.
Sorry. So sorry. I can't swim.
Coward. Get over there and start rowing.
I can't. I broke my arm. That's why I can't swim. Please, please, sir. Please stay. I'm begging you. I don't stand a chance up there.
Sit down then. You're lucky I haven't thrown you overboard.
So we don't really play with it, but I do like that model.
Here you are. Thank you. Here you are, madame.
Probably make a pretty nice screenshot. Maybe I should
Thank you.
Maybe I could
A lot of prison.
take a little snap.
Thanks.
Best we keep that baby warm.
Thank you. Are you warm enough, Emily?
Yes, Mum.
Precious child. They are always
Yeah, so this game is mostly a wreck simulator. So there's this little video here, but we're gonna spend most of the time looking at the ship,
To the boats.
I hope they did. The boats must be all in the water by now.
as it looks a bit more like it is now.
Our colleagues in the a la carte restaurant.
We were allowed to go up to the boats.
Oh,
but the
there's a
men
piece of
in
ice over there.
second-class dining hall.
Oh, that's dreadful. Why aren't they allowed up to the boats?
They have to wait until all the passengers have left the ship.
But I did see Mr. Morget on deck. And the
I
head chef.
think you actually can't see it sink if you look very closely at the lights.
Quite badly now.
The lights don't seem to be getting closer.
Perhaps they're just reflections.
Yeah, you can.
underwater.
No, they're definitely lights from another ship. We were signaling them earlier.
They look like stars to me.
Keep rowing towards the lights. Captain's
Oh,
orders.
You should assist us rowing.
and this isn't mentioned. This isn't shown in the James Cameron movie,
It's a
but
perfectly calm night.
there was another ship in the distance which was not responding to
Women
hails.
should be allowed to row.
No!
Rowing will keep us warm, and we'll reach that ship in half the time.
I agree. The movement
Well, no, I may be obsessed with Fight Club. When is the ship gonna get gochoed?
Women are not to row.
Just maybe no.
Oh my.
We because you mentioned it, we're actually thinking about rewatching Fight Club soon. We might even watch it this week.
surely?
Oh shit!
But the watertight door should keep her afloat.
It's the final plunge. It's coming down in the next few minutes now,
She'll founder.
which would make this around
How about those
2:10, 2:15 in the morning of April the 15th. I'll say about 2:10. I'm gonna break the mood and take another screenshot. Yeah, shit's going down now. His name is Robert Paulson. We all say in union. That is a great movie. And that is a great shot. I might use that as a thumbnail if I play more of this game. Yeah, so the ship actually stayed nearly level through most of the sinking, but it's when it got over this point there, it's just started going really rapidly down, and then it broke apart after the lights failed. Well, there goes number 1 funnel. Well, that's a single ship with several people dying, so let me take a screenshot, mind you, 2025. There's actually about 1,500 people still on the ship at this point.
There's nothing we can do.
Yeah, that's actually background material. Yeah, the last few minutes the ship really was like this quick. From it like rising out of the water to braking to getting pulled down. Go show. I wouldn't want to imagine the horror of that.
You must go back. No, go back. People are dying. Can you not hear them?
Our lives now, not theirs.
Alright, this is pretty much the end of the little reenactment section.
I hope you will be able to live with yourself after this.
Don't know, don't know why the horizon's so off-center though. Yeah, I should maybe move the cursor out of the way, it's mildly distracting. Maybe I could use it if I try and be in teacher and point something out. Titanic had 2,208 people on board. (1,496-ish) perished. We're actually not sure of that number. Lifeboat 6 was designed to hold 65 people. There were only 29 on board when she left Titanic. I think that was us. Lifeboat 6. Lifeboat 6 approaching Carpathia, 15th of April 1912. So 113 years ago yesterday. As I said, right now, 113 years ago on the 16th, it would still be on the boat heading to New York. Well, so I've got a couple of options here. Lobsters are celebrating. Well, the Galathea crabs, that's what you get at the bottom of the Atlantic. So, we could do a simple exploration sandbox, or we can use the play game mode. I had a quick look around on the sandbox just to make sure everything was working. It worked pretty damn good, especially like on my little gaming laptop. But I guess I should probably see what the game is actually like itself. So, let's go. So I haven't played any of the actual game bits, so I don't know what this is about. 10th of April, Titanic set sail from Southampton on a maiden voyage to New York. She was carrying 2,208 people on the 14th of April, and before he struck an iceberg. Took 2 hours and 40 minutes for the ship to sink beneath the waves, killing 1,496 people. This photograph was taken as she left Queenstown, Ireland, on her last stop before New York. The ship regulated undisturbed in the bottom of the ocean until its discovery in 1985. Let's see. The iceberg that hit the ship may have jutted out 100 feet on the water, speculated anywhere from 50 to 100 feet above water. The iceberg set between 200 and 400 feet long. Yep. And it was described as looking a lot like the Rock of Gibraltar in its shape. Reading interesting facts on it. Hey, you're doing quite good. So yeah, this game is basically the desktop version of Titanic VR. I don't have a VR headset or capabilities for it, so just as well we can play it on desktop as well. Should probably turn up the audio a bit.
Excited? Yeah, I've seen all the footage, but I mean, it's different to be so close to her.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Yeah, Bismarck as a grad student, and Lusitania on vacation a couple of years back.
Hell of a resume.
I wonder if this is us up here.
Alright, I've reached the seabed. Can't see much.
You're still a couple of 100 meters out, and back to manual control. Shall we run an equipment
Next soldier
test?
purchase a gaming PC in VR. Oh, probably a gaming PC. Do you want a controls tutorial? I actually don't, because I played it last night just to test it out.
You'd better place a marker before we head too far. Interact with the button next to the map to place one.
Oh, whoops. Okay, maybe
Interact with the button in front of the map to place a marker.
Okay, shit, maybe I should have actually got the tutorial. No, don't exit, you freak. Okay, I should have got the tutorial, whoops. Oh wait, place a map marker, here we go. I've already ballsed this up. Interact with item. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Okay. Let me bring the cursor back, because I'm not 100% sure. Oh, don't do that. Get off my screen. Could you restart? Yeah, I'm probably going to have to, because I've actually messed up already. Mirror direction controls, left, right, strafe mode, descend, bring up cursor to interact with items. Oh. Oh, never mind, here it is.
Marker's been placed.
You can head towards the bow. So, I had a call from our main sponsor.
Problem?
No, all fine. Just voicing her excitement about us finally diving.
Oh.
Said she's looking forward to seeing what we can do. I've set up a call for 8 p.m. this evening.
For $45,000 a day, let's just hope we find something.
Alright, so I'm
Never mind
controlling the
money.
sub now.
My doctorate is riding on this.
Don't crash the sub. Yeah, when I was playing around with the sandbox mode yesterday, I was being like way less careful than anyone would be in reality. I was banging into all sorts of shit. Right, we should be going pretty much dead ahead to the
I should get my lights ready now that I'm getting close
bow
to
of
the
the ship.
You can control the movement of the sub's lights by using the D-pad on your controller. To turn the spotlights on and off, interact with the button in front of the lever.
Oh, okay. Let's just raise ourselves off the seafloor a little bit. Whoa, there it is.
There's something you don't see every day.
She's a beauty.
Okay, first things first. We've got a contract with the Titanic Society to place their commemorative plaque on the forecastle deck. Get yourself into position.
Alright.
Okay. So, as someone who knows a bit about Titanic, this is a really good wreck model. it is fairly spot on. Let's see. Iron Lung. Oh, Iron Lung's a fantastic but scary fucking game. I think I'd quite enjoy living in a sub for a few days in the ocean just to escape from the above world. Me too. Even though the deep ocean does freak me out a little bit. So, I have a mission to place a
Coming
plaque.
up to it now.
You'll need the Predator for this task.
Ah, the ROV.
Ooh.
Yep, courtesy of Flight Avionics and the latest in augmented reality technology. If you look up, you'll find a set of VR goggles and a control
Real
panel.
peace and quiet.
To deploy the ROV, look at the VR goggles and then pull the right trigger to use.
So you can actually control this on the keyboard. Oh, damn. Yeah, it's a relatively good recreation of a proper deep sea submersible. Where's the VR goggles, though? Oh, probably there, you idiot.
The controls to maneuver the Predator are the same as the submersible. Make your way over to the plaques already laying on the deck.
Peace and quiet. Why do you know so much about a ship that crashed like 100
meters.
plus years ago?
The
I don't, I just
advantage of
googled
driving
it.
without an umbilical.
Is there any way to boost the signal?
Yeah, but we need to upgrade the deep sea transmitter, and they don't come cheap. The generosity of our sponsors and UNS funding only goes so far. If we complete these contract jobs, we might just be able to afford some upgrades.
What
Right.
happens if I go out of range?
The automatic recall kicks in. ROV comes straight back to the sub. Just remember what I said about these new ROVs. The range is only up to 15 meters.
Okay. So we're controlling an ROV now, which is nice. Can we go swimming? Oh, you mean us in real life, outdoors? Sure. In this deep in the ocean? No, but hey, at least we gotta control a little ROV robot. Oh, which you can actually see from the sub if you switch over. There it is, isn't that kind of cool? Tell you what, we're gonna get a little bit closer just to provide some good lighting. Right, now we'll switch back to the ROV vision. So, in terms of this sub's design, it's very much like one of the Russian Mir deep-sea submergence vehicles. That's pretty much what they're copying there. Now, I'm not sure how to place this plaque that they want me to drop down. Or even where this plaque is. I guess we'll do a little exploring. Oh, there's some sea life over here. Oh, wait, is that? Hey, look, it's a rat-tailed fish. One of the most common fish you'll find at this part of the deep sea. I think this is probably a good place to put it. Unless the game has other ideas. Okay, maybe the game wants me to put this plaque somewhere else.
I'm here.
Great. The plaque we're placing is in the Predator's inventory. You can access it through the menu.
Ah, how do I open the menu?
You can open the menu by pressing and releasing the info button. While in the menu, you can check your map and mission log and access the inventory. To
it wants me
interact
to
with
place it
items
over
in
here.
the inventory, use the laser pointer to highlight the item and pull the trigger to select.
Okay, I'll place the plaque down on top of the flashing beacon. I'll take a photograph with the onboard camera for the society.
Great
Oh,
idea.
how do I do that?
They'll appreciate that. You can access the camera through the ROV inventory. Open up the menu again and select the camera icon from the inventory screen.
Done. I'll head back to Sedna.
No need. Just press the Y button on your handpiece. This is the return button. Now you're back in the sub. Recall the ROV by pressing the button next to the ROV goggles. It's above you on the right.
Where to now?
Hull breach on E deck. I'll mark it on your map.
We're heading for his cabin, right?
That's right. Eyewitness testimony said Henderson kept a journal. It should tell us more about his activities on the final night.
Okay.
I presume I'm looking for some kind of trunk.
Henderson had a briefcase listed on
When I
the
first saw the stream, I
With
thought you were
any
playing
luck,
Roblox,
it's
and when I
still in
booted up, Roblox didn't see you online. I went back to the stream, so made with the Unity logo. I might put on Roblox later. Just depends. Because there's some pretty good Roblox Titanic simulators. Okay, so we have a new mission now. Oh yeah, we can kind of adjust the lights a bit. So I kind of want to... So there's a well-known huge hole in the side of the ship somewhere around here. I'm just curious to see if the model has it. Oh, it looks like it might also be our next mission objective. Oh, it is! And it is our mission objective. Yeah, so that is it. Yeah, so this is a huge hole that was torn in the side of the ship when it hit the seafloor. Some idiots think it might be explosive damage from secret bombs that was smuggled on board. Don't listen to those people. We might have to get the sub a bit closer, to be fair.
Dr. Lynch,
Yeah?
why are we doing this?
$45,000 a day at sea.
No, I know, but that just about covers the costs of the expedition. I meant, like, why are we taking this job in particular?
Well, put it this way. Why do you think she... Ah, found a briefcase. I just need to pick it up by holding down one of the triggers to interact.
I am approaching the maximum range, though, so I have to be careful.
This breach is from the impact with the ocean floor. Anything in here is going to be messy.
WJH. I think this is it.
Well, that's lucky. Are you going to open it?
No, not here. Assuming there's anything intact in there, it'll start degrading as soon as I open the case. I'll have to bring it back
Yeah,
to the lab
totally
before we can take
bombs.
a peek.
Yeah, there's all sorts of
Okay, you should put the
conspiracy
briefcase in the pouch of
theorists.
storage then. Just open and close the menu again by pressing and releasing the info button. The briefcase will appear in the ROV's inventory as a selectable item, and you'll have your hands free again.
Right. If this is the last task for today, I'll head back to the lab now.
Yep, just return to the submersible and you can head up from there. I can't wait to see what's inside.
Okay. How do I put it in the box? Am I missing something?
Let's get you to the surface. Activate the autopilot and get comfortable.
Okay. Autopilot, so...
Alright, I'll see you in about 2 hours.
I guess that was a quick trip for the first mission. We'll see where it goes from there. Oh, this is neat. Oh, hey! You must be my colleague.
Whoa, looks to be in good condition.
Let's get this cleaned up. This journal is pretty special. The pages seem to be a fabric paper blend. I think the desalination bath will leach out the salt. Then it can go into the PEG station before freeze drying.
Freeze dry the journal. Alrighty.
Special package. Looks like a receipt for a telegraph sent on the night of April 14th.
That's strange. I haven't found any reference to one being sent. I wonder what it said.
We can check with our sponsor when she calls. We could also search the first-class purser's office tomorrow. See if we can find the record book. Passengers placed and paid for their... These banknotes are delicate, and will need a good rinsing in the desalination bath. Then we can treat them in the fungicide to keep them clean.
We could
before
also check the
freeze-drying.
Marconi room to check if the message survived. Telegraphs were put into canisters before being... Here's our sponsor. We can tell her the news.
Hi, team. How are you both?
Hi, Gillian. We're doing great.
We've just finished cleaning the artifacts we found today. We managed to access Henderson's cabin
Oh.
and retrieve his briefcase.
Wonderful.
You must be our sponsor.
Inside we found his journal, a few personal items still in good condition. A bone hair comb. I'll need to wash the salt out quickly before it crystallizes. It's ready for drying in the acetone bath.
That is interesting. I didn't know William sent a message.
That's what we thought.
It's possible it wasn't sent, and that it's still in either the purser's office or the Marconi room. We're thinking our next dive should be to explore these rooms.
I know teams have searched the Marconi room before, but I didn't think the purser's office was accessible.
Yeah, up till now it's been off limits due
Silver
to the size
doesn't
of
look
our
great after
ROVs,
being in the
but ours
ocean.
is small
This
enough to
tobacco tin
access
is
it.
covered in silver
We're hoping we
sulfide.
might find the
I'll have to
purser's
gently
record
wash this using a
with
soft
the
brush,
message listed.
making sure I don't
Poor
scratch
snow
this.
rich
As for the
woman.
Marconi room, other dives have shown most of the furniture is deteriorated, but the telegraph canisters might have survived.
Sounds plausible. Let me know if you find anything. I'd love to see the message he sent. I've only the letters from Southampton.
I noticed something odd in it. It's come up great.
Okay.
Well, in his last letter, he wrote about returning home with a present for my great-grandmother. I'll do a bit of research on my end.
So some
I can
Titanic
check
tea.
over the manifest again to see if we missed anything.
Great, we'll let you know if we find anything tomorrow. I'm sending over photos of the items we found today.
Thanks, I really appreciate the regular updates. It's making writing much easier. We'll talk again soon.
Well, shall we call it a day?
Not quite. Gillian was kind enough to order in a stronger transmitter for our ROV. We'll
Sweet.
need to fit it before the dive tomorrow. Otherwise, we won't be able to reach the purser's office.
I'll get on it now then. I need to replace the
waiting for
transmitter
you
in
over
the
there.
ROV with the one. Thanks.
Alright, so we equip a stronger transmitter. Now what?
I need to replace the transmitter in the ROV with the one on the table next to it. I need to lift the black hood to place the transmitter, then lift the bar up to put the sample container in the storage compartment.
Uh-huh. Okay, I don't know where this thing goes. You would love Under the Waves, dude. Oh, what's that? See. am I doing with this thing? Oh.
She's all ready to go for tomorrow.
Cool. I'll see you in the morning then.
Cool. Wake me up with some lemon and honey tea and some bacon and eggs.
Radio check, Wilson.
I'm waiting for my
Coming in
coroner
nice and clear, Dr. Lynch.
It's
Great.
been
First up is the
shit,
purser's office on C deck, correct?
Correct. To access it, you'll need to head down through the hole where the forward grand staircase was.
Ooh.
I'll mark it on your map.
We're going to the
The
grand
C deck is pretty
staircase.
compressed from what I've heard.
Yeah, the impact with the sea floor bent most of the supporting pillars, so they're struggling with the weight of the floors above.
With the rate of decay increasing, it won't be long before it all collapses. I'm glad we've had a chance to come down here and see it for ourselves, before all this becomes inaccessible.
Right, so we head into the grand staircase, which on the wreck was first explored in 1986 by Bob Ballard.
Fast then, and all of a sudden she lifted up quickly, and you could hear everything crashing through her. Everything that was movable was going through her. And then she went down and seemed to come up again. So I thought, well, now I'm going to leave. And I was hanging on to a board. We had two boards, starboard and port, which said, keep clear of propeller blades. And I was hanging on to one of these, and I was getting higher and higher in the air. And I thought, well, now I'll go. And I dropped in. I had a lifebelt on. And I hit the water with a terrific crack. Luckily, I didn't hit anything when I dropped in. There were bodies all over the place. And then I looked up at the Titanic. So the propellers were right out of water. The rudder was right out. And I could see the bottom. And then gradually she glided away. And that was that. That was the last of the Titanic. I didn't want to die. I mean, I didn't see much chance of living, but I was gradually getting frozen up. And by the grace of God, I came across a lifeboat, and they pulled me in.
Wasn't expecting actual survivor audio recordings. That's quite cool. So funny enough, when Bob Ballard first dived to the wreck of the Titanic in 1986, he only saw the Titanic for a few seconds because there was technical problems with the sub. They couldn't find the ship to start with, and when they could, all he could see was basically this view here, a gigantic wall of steel, where he took one photo, but then because the sub had a leaking battery, they had to just go up straight away, and the sub had to be repaired overnight. So this is a kind of idea of what he would have saw. I am blabbing. Anyway, let me catch up on chat. Now I've driven an adventure game around engulfing power of grief set in the depths of the North Sea 1970s. Professional drivers stand and struggling to overcome a life change. Oh shit, that does sound interesting. The isolation of the deep sea is a fitting manifestation of a state of mind. A star retreats further into self-imposed solitude. It starts to experience strange events, power belief for the waves. You live and work in the ocean of Stan, great Cambridge visuals and score. Right, that actually does sound super up my alley. Because believe it or not, I find the deep ocean fucking terrifying, even though I am, like, interested. Well, let's come up towards the main deck. I'm not too sure where we are on the ship here. Oh, we're at the expansion joint, which has splayed open quite a bit over the years. This is the boat deck. Once would have been wood paneling now. Sometimes it does look a little bit like wood in some of the images still there, but it's actually the husks of marine wood-boring mollusks that have long since died. I believe this is a lifeboat winch used to bring lifeboats back on board the ship if they were returning for whatever reason. And this here is an entrance to the grand staircase itself. Now, the grand staircase was made of wood and topped with a glass dome. That
You'll need to be careful of debris when descending with the Predator.
is long gone.
It might make it easier if you position your sub so the lights shine down the void.
Good idea.
So yeah, the glass and iron dome is long gone, and so is the staircase itself. Some people think it just rotted. The wood was like eaten and rotted away over the years on the wreck. Some people think maybe it like just got tore open because like the wood's buoyant in the deep ocean. I'm not sure what to think myself, but let's do a little fun with lighting. So we're aiming our submarine lights straight down the Great Hole, which is the land staircase, so we can launch the ROV into it. And it should provide
Deploying Predator, starting to descend.
some better lighting for us. In fact, I think I can move the submarine a bit closer. That might provide us some better lighting. Let's see how that is. Oh, yes. That looks really fucking good, by the way. Again, going off like old documentaries and films. That's recreated quite well. Just gonna move the sub a touch closer. Just to provide the maximum amount of like light reaching into the ship. Let me see. I'll send you the trailer. Check out the stream. Do definitely enjoy the game. That does sound good. Ah, yes, the Grand Staircase where Jack and Rose had their first official date. Yes, indeed. If you're going by the movie, there's apparently a really good recreation of it at Titanic Belfast. Oh, you see, now I'm too far ahead. I need to move the sub back a bit. What's funny is for the James Cameron documentary, Ghosts of the Abyss, when he was doing a lot of underwater photography, he was pretty much doing a lot of this, like positioning the two subs with their lights to where, like, you'd best be able to get the best images from. See if that's better. Almost, I just need to move it back a touch. Okay, I think that's probably about as good as it's gonna get. So, they want us to drop down into C deck. So yeah, as I was saying, so right in 1986, Bob Ballard was basically part of the reason he got funding to go to explore the Titanic, was to test out this ROV technology, these aquatic robots. So as part of that test for the US Navy, he deployed the vehicle down the Grand Staircase, and they were not expecting to find stuff like this, like chandeliers still just hanging from like ceiling fittings. It's kind of like, you know, the wreck is largely destroyed. It's like a weird cave almost with all these stalactites, but you still just get these little reminders like broken windows, fittings, and of course like these lights just hanging down. There's footage from like the explorations in 1986, which is almost exactly what I'm doing here. Only thanks to this being a game, I'm actually able to control the ROV a bit better than they did. Plus, there's no currents in the game. But yeah, they basically got images just like this. Oh, they were also looking because on the Titanic there was a famous ornately carved clock called Honor and Glory, which would have been right here. It was like the centerpiece of the staircase. Long gone though, you know, it's wood. Let's not spend too much time hanging around though. Let me drop down a deck. I think this might be B deck, so we might have to drop down a bit further. Oh, something's catching my lights there. I'm just kind of want to see what it is. Ah, doors. Yeah, there's still a lot of windows and doors with glass still intact on the ship, surprisingly. There's a deep sea jelly right there. I've never seen any of those on any documentary of mine, so that might be stretching it a bit, but we do know deep sea jellies do exist at extreme depths like this, so it's not like impossible. I've just never seen one myself.
Here we are.
Great. The purser's office and inquiry desk are on the starboard side. You'll need to go over the
there's
desk
a
to
rat-tailed
get into the
fish.
side room.
So these are everywhere in this part of the ocean. Grenadiers. You can buy them from people who get deep sea fish as well to eat. Kind of always been curious to what they taste like. So I do apologize if anyone was wanting a more interesting game, but this is probably going to be me kind of fanning out and trying to be a little bit of a amateur lecturer here. I do love this though, because I'm not an expert on Titanic, but from what I do know, this is a
I'm here.
really good
The
model.
office is to the left as you enter. Be careful. This area hasn't been explored before. We don't know what we'll find in here.
To think the last person in this room would have been Chief Purser McElroy.
The record book would have been kept in a leather pouch.
So yeah, this is the purser's office. Basically, if you had valuables that you wanted like locked up or anything like that, or I think even to make message requests for the radio system, this is where you would bring those things. Have you ever been stung by a jellyfish? No. Mono becomes a fish who hunts ancient artifacts. Sim. Yeah, pretty much. It's probably not going to be the most exciting stream, but it's something I wanted to do. To be honest, I'm kind of glad the other Titanic game I was planning didn't end up working, because this one's much better. So we're searching for a random leather case. Oh. And this is a game, so I
don't
shouldn't...
see it here.
Maybe try the safe back out in the inquiry office.
So I shouldn't take it too seriously, but I don't believe you're allowed to actually recover items from inside of the ship itself. All the items that you have recovered in museums, like some of the stuff I've seen, including something I actually own myself, were recovered from the debris field, where like artifacts and other things were like strewn about the ocean floor. We will find the heart of the ocean. Oh god, Lord knows where that landed at the end of that movie. Alright, so again, history lesson with Monodrew here. These pipes here are actually pneumatic pipes, so what would happen is you would write the messages, put them in a little tube, and the pipes would shoot them up to the wireless room, and also likewise shoot replies down. So this is how you would like send written messages around the ship for them to then transmit on the radio systems. Oh, hey, speaking of crab, there's a little crab there. Hey, dude. Let me shake your hand. Alright. Oh, there's another one. Oh, yeah, there's the entrance to the pneumatic pipes. Anyway, they want us to check a safe for this item.
The doors are rusted shut. We can't check inside.
Is the pouch among the debris?
No, I can't see the leather pouch anywhere. We might be out of luck.
That's a shame.
We'll have to hope the Marconi room gives us some answers.
While we're here, we should collect a sample of the rust on the safe doors. NCPA regularly check for new species of bacteria living in rusticles, and I'm sure they'll want a sample of this.
Well, how do I get a sample? Take a sample of rusticles off the safe. I am not sure how to do that.
I'll take a photograph of the scene too. They'll need to see the rusticle formations as well.
Okay, somehow I accidentally initiate camera mode as well before, but I guess we'll just do it like this.
Done. We'd better move on to the Marconi room.
I'll mark it on your map. You'll need to head back to the sub to get there.
Alright, let's head up the staircase then. It's very interesting. You could send love notes to the girl above deck that you fancy. You could, actually. Crap. Yeah, I keep banging into stuff. I am way less careful than these pilots should be in real life. Oh my god, okay, I'm gonna just take a picture of this with my, like, screenshot. Because I think that's just a pretty interesting image there. I like how these deep-sea jellies have a kind of glow to them. Bioluminescence, like the ability for like organic
The
things to
Marconi
glow.
room isn't too far from here, just between the first funnel and your current position.
How do I get in?
Drop
Either
down.
through the skylight or the corridors. Up to you which you feel is safer.
Right, I don't want to damage the wreck. Or the ROV.
Right, so we're going to the Marconi room, which is the wireless room. It's where the radio setup would have been, which is where those messages get sent up to. Probably don't need to maneuver the sub to find it. If you've got a small enough ROV robot, you can... People have been inside the Marconi room in real life. There still remains of the radio equipment hanging up out of it. Which we're probably going to see here.
Oh man, really isn't much left here, is there?
No, not really.
But there's
Most
the
of
pipes.
the furniture was wood, so it's almost all deteriorated.
There's a lot of debris on the ground, and a few broken canisters.
So yeah, this is where those pipes from downstairs ended up, which are the messages get sent through, and these are the canisters that would hold those messages. Anyway, so we're looking for something here. This is probably a bit more intact than it really is, but there is still pieces of the equipment, like the circuit boards and that, still hanging on the walls. There was actually a proposition a few years back for from RMS Titanic Incorporated, which are the official salvagers of the Titanic, to actually go in and cut out and remove the wireless system for like artifact preservation. That's not happened. I don't know if it's going to happen. And to be honest, the whole idea about salvaging artifacts from the Titanic wreck is a whole ethical debate that's been raging for decades now. Another little history point. So these are basically the power switches for the wireless system. They are turned down to full power. At least it's either down or in reality it's up. But anyway, the power switches, when they've been found to be in like the maximum setting, which is exactly where Jack Phillips and Harold Bride, the radio operator, has left them on, to try and get the very last distress signals out using what little power they had just before this room filled with water. Anyway, enough of the history lesson. What does it want us to interact with? Does it want us to maybe grab one of these messenger tubes, maybe? I don't know what it wants me to do. Are we going to run off with the Oh wait. Looks like I've got one of the canisters. Oh, I think it just wants me to collect all the canisters. Gotta catch them all, I guess. Alright, the sort of hit detection thing is a touch off. Alright, where's the last messaging canister? I've only been hearing a little bit of it. I quite like the ambient music in this. I don't see it. Oh, is it lying on the ground somewhere? I'm gambling right now, wish me luck. Oh, good luck, and be bloody careful with that stuff. The closest thing I come to gambling at the moment is putting on the lottery and occasionally putting on stocks. I'll tell you what, so far my my investment in Disney is not going well at all. Okay, where the hell is this tube? I need one more. In the corner of this, it is right in front of me. Can't see it anywhere. I only do black luck on... Oh wait, let's see. Oh no, I was just doing gacha. I only do blackjack online with free chips. Blackjack's a nice, simple game. It's easy to lose, but it's at least a straightforward game. Am I gonna have to look at a fucking walkthrough on how to find this last canister? Because I'm not seeing it anywhere. And I am being super reckless here. I am just banging into every old artifact. Are you going to watch Titanic this week, dude? I'm not sure. I think I last watched it probably about August time, which was before I went to the Titanic artifact exhibition in Birmingham. Oh wait, there's one. Maybe it's this. Cool, maybe we should leave now. Activate autopilot and return to the surface. Did this... No, don't exit the booking menu. Did the sub make it? No, it still hasn't. Okay. Oh, right, I haven't activated the autopilot yet, that's why. Fuck it, I may as well just exit and go to the sub myself. That looks cool, though. I like that sub design. Again, it's based mostly just on one of the Russian Mir submersibles, but I think it looks good. I think you and Maria, especially Maria, has told me that I should do a Titanic movie commentary stream one time. Alright, how do we go back to the surface again?
Alright, heading back up now.
See you soon, Doctor.
The Doctor. Alright, back in the lab. I guess we're gonna crack open those tubes. You called? Oh, I was just mentioning about a suggestion to do a Titanic commentary. I'm gonna enjoy some more honey tea. Titanic mug.
These brass canisters will need a good scrub in fresh water. It'll stop them from oxidizing when they dry. I'm surprised these paper messages survived. They'll need to be soaked in the desal bath and then in the fungicide tub.
You know, it's kind of hard to believe, but quite a few paper artifacts have been found in the Titanic. On the wreck site. And some of it you can still read. I'm probably gonna have to do this for each container, aren't I?
Transfer to Titanic. Fine ship, fine weather. Arrive Wednesday with special delivery. Love, William.
He mentions the package again. Maybe he really did have something stowed in the cargo hold.
Nothing was listed on
You
the
should
manifest.
Captain Drew.
A lot of things weren't.
He could have been referring to anything, though. It might have been something special in his suitcase or in the purser's safe.
We can still search the cargo hold
Let
for
me
the
go
start.
and appear from the deep
Yeah,
blue
we'll check
sea.
it out next dive.
Oh, my benefactor is on the phone.
Right on time.
Hello, team.
Hey, Gillian.
We recovered the message from the Marconi room, but it doesn't really give us any new information.
That's still great news.
White Star Line
Daren't
mug.
have hoped you'd find it. What does it say?
We're sending you through a photo of the message now.
Thank you. Oh, it adds another layer to the story, doesn't it?
He must have thought himself lucky to have
Well,
been
she's
transferred
talking.
to
I'm just gonna
Titanic.
have a look around. Listen to the
Coal
phone
strike
call.
meant many
Oh,
people were upgraded to
okay,
Titanic.
boss.
Such tragedy.
William refers to a delivery in this message, so we're assuming he may have kept something in the cargo hold. We're planning to head down there next dive to check it out. Depending on what it was, there's a chance it survived.
Did you find anything we missed in the cargo manifests?
No, but I've been doing a bit of extra sleuthing. I found out that there was a registered parcel traveling on the Titanic with a Mr. W.J. Henderson's name on it. Is it possible that the gift was traveling as mail and not cargo?
Yeah, that's a possibility. They could have also been two separate packages. The only way to know would be to check both rooms.
The mailroom used to be off limits, but we can access it through a new hole in the cargo hold wall. Our ROV will need another transmitter upgrade to delve that deep, though, and a longer lasting battery.
That's not an issue, Doctor.
Do you have any idea of the size of the parcel? What's inside it?
No. Could have been anything, really. The registered weight suggests something small, and Mary liked delicate things. Maybe something French? She loved southern France.
Could it have been a religious gift? I read the Hendersons were very involved in their local church.
Yes, definitely. In fact, I'm surprised William's Bible wasn't in the suitcase you recovered. He was known to carry it everywhere.
Maybe he had it with him during the sinking.
Perhaps. There are mixed reports about his final moments, unfortunately. I'm not sure we'll ever find out what really happened.
Well, we'll try our best to find out. Hopefully we can learn more about him from the next dive.
I do hope so. I want to tell my great-grandfather's story accurately in this biography.
We'll speak again tomorrow, after the dive.
Yes, thank you. Talk to you then.
Right. We better get those upgrades for Predator sorted then.
Alright.
Get on it now.
Let's fix up my little ROV. I love ROVs. You know, you can actually buy them. Like, you can buy private ones that travel in, like, shallower water with, like, cameras and that attached. It's pretty cool. Basically, an undersea drone, essentially. Right. So is this a stronger transmitter or, like, battery power thing? Put this down. The ocean's pretty damn cool. It is scary, but it is pretty damn cool. Oh, wait, I probably need to pull out the old one.
She's good to go.
Thanks.
Well, looks like we're doing some more exploring and hunting artifacts tomorrow. It'd be so
Radio
cool to
check,
own a good
CCGS,
drone.
Wilson.
Yeah, either
Signal is
deep sea
great,
or a
Dr.
sky
Lynch.
drone.
All right.
I'm just marking a cargo hold on your map. You can access it from the number 2 hatch on the forward well deck.
I'll make my way to the hatch and deploy Predator.
Some of my favorite outdoor YouTubers use drones to get some like aerial shots of them in the mountains and hiking. It's pretty cool. Right, so we're heading to the cargo hatch. I'll talk a little bit more about the cargo hatch when
I remember
we
it
get
all
there.
very clearly from the moment that my father wakened me, because of course I was in bed and asleep, until I saw that ship sink, and afterwards when I heard the people around. I remember it all vividly.
Do you remember the panic, the fright? Were you panicked and frightened, or did you kind of, being 7 years of age, not really take it all in?
Oh, yeah, it's Terry
Well, I
Wogan.
took it all in, but so the panic started, of course, after the all too few lifeboats had gone, and people were coming up on deck hoping to get into a lifeboat, and there weren't any boats for them. That's when the panic started, which we could hear when we were in the lifeboat.
I suppose as a very young person, you could see adults panicking and
Oh,
screaming.
yes,
Must have been
indeed.
absolutely horrific.
Dreadful.
And your father went down with the ship.
Yes, he did.
Your mother, however, was
She
spared.
was saved
you.
with me, yes, that's right.
And I hate to drag it up, but do you remember going away in one of the dinghies and looking back at the ships?
I do indeed, yes.
Dinghies.
Very clearly, and to this day I hate looking at pictures of ships.
Oh wait, no. I'll probably want the spotlights on. Yeah. Alrighty. That was Eva Hart. By the way, all the Titanic survivors have now since died, so we actually have like we just have their words really and their written accounts that still survive, like to get any sort of first-hand thing from back then. One of the things at the artifact expedition we went to in Birmingham, they actually had like the personal collection of, oh, who was it? Was it Milvina Dean? I actually forget. It might be Milvina Dean. I think she might have been the last survivor who died. Basically, her personal collection of things that she's collected over the years about the Titanic disaster. It had some of her things on display there, like articles, etc. She was actually a baby when it sank, so she had no like living memory of it. But you have to imagine, even knowing as a baby that you survived something like that, it must have some effect on you. Oh, we need to ascend, not descend. Right, so Titanic's name would actually be somewhere around here. Oh, I should continue on the mission, but I just want to point something out. So, in the last year, they have sent another survey to the Titanic wreck using ROVs. And this railing right here, they've discovered, has now fallen off and is now lying on the ocean floor just below. One of the most like iconic images people take of the Titanic wreck when they've sent surveys there is the very tip of the ship here, the bow section. But yeah, now this this whole railing is now like has dropped off on this side. Just thought I'd point that out. I just remember tomorrow's my last school day, but a 2-week holiday, and school ends at like 11:15. Nice. Imagine being born just to die on the Titanic 2 months later. If baby didn't make it to the lifeboat with their parents. Yep, and some babies didn't. That's the thing. This is a really good model of the wreck, though. Anyway, we should continue on with our actual mission. We're going to the number 2 cargo hatch. Oh, this here is the forward anchor crane. It's actually supposed to be facing backwards when it's being stored. It is now facing forwards, which has been the subject of some speculation. But one theory is this here is number 1 cargo hatch that we're coming up to. It's supposed to have a hatch cover on it. The cover is actually being found quite a distance forward of the wreck. And what they think has happened is when the ship hit the ocean floor, the hydraulic pressure of the water, it blew the hatch cover off and sent it like flying ahead. And some people think the hatch cover itself, when it flew forward, hit that forward anchor crane, which is what's knocked it forward there. Yeah, just a bit of a speculation. Anyway, we are going to the number 2 cargo hatch, which is just below the crow's nest. Something else I should point out. So this here is the crow's nest. Originally it would be further up in the air, but the mast has bent backwards during the sinking when the ships went to the ocean floor. So this is where the lookouts would have been standing. The first people to see the iceberg approach were standing in this thing here, looking ahead to the ocean, looking for iceberg and other obstacles. Oh shit, I've just banged into the mast. Now, the crow's nest is actually no longer there. Sometime around 1987, we think, it has fallen off the mast. Now, there's a bit of controversial debate over what happened to it. Some people think maybe it fell off naturally. Some people think when the French expeditions were moving some of the cables still attached to try and see the Titanic's name on the side, it may have dislodged it. And some people think when the French themselves were trying to remove the light from the mast around here, that they may have knocked it off as well. So they've denied it, but there's still a bit of a debate there. Wait, this... By the way, this is something you do not fucking do. When you're wreck diving, you do not drop your manned submersible this close amongst all these entanglements. In fact, I think I might just leave the submersible up high. We'll point the lights down like we did with the grand staircase. And then see about maybe sending the sub off. Tell you what, we'll get right above the cargo hatch. Then it might give us some instructions. Oops.
It might be a good idea to shine your sublights down the void again.
Heading down now.
There will be a lot of debris down there.
It appears that we have smacked into the mast again. Oh, no. Let's get a bit further above, and then shine our lights down. All right, let's. Oh no! Don't exit to the main menu. Deploy the ROV. Alright, so that's the number 2 cargo hatch. That's what we've got to go down. I just want to have a quick look here, though. So yeah, on this little recreation of the wreck. Yeah, it doesn't seem to have the mast light on. So controversially, I did mention they don't take things from the ship itself. They take things from the debris field outside the ship. But the mast light was still stuck onto the mast here. Which means, and it's now in a museum, which means they have obviously, they pried it off at some point, probably around 1987. And some people think that may have led to the destruction of the mast here, the crow's nest. This is where the ship's bell would have hung, which they would have rung when they saw the approaching iceberg. Right here's a hatch which runs right down the middle of the mast. Inside the ship, and there's a ladder going through it where they would have climbed up and down it to get access to the crow's nests and such. Right, let's get on with our mission. Again, this isn't going to be as accurate as the new vROV Titanic simulator game that's out now. But from what I've seen so far, it's a pretty damn good model. Now, I think we're going to the mail room. I believe at least part of the mailroom has been explored before by the French in one of the expeditions in the 90s, using the ROV called Robin. They found the remains of mailbags which had a bizarre fuzz on them. They think it's probably some kind of biological entity that's kind of growing, a bit like there's biological entities like growing on the ship itself. That's what these little rustical stalactites are. They're not actually rust. They are bacteria colonies.
You were right about the debris.
The cargo crates and barrels in here have almost all disintegrated.
I didn't realize it was carrying so much cargo. Surely this wasn't all just for passengers.
No, most of this was produce and commercial goods being shipped to the United States, along with the passenger cargo.
I'll have a look around here before moving on to the mailroom. See if I can find anything related to Henderson.
Oh, and of course, if these are real rusticles, as soon as I banged into them there, they would, like, disintegrate into a big, ugly cloud. Well, I guess, we'll do a quick exploration of the cargo. See if there's anything of interesting to pick up. I know I said it already, I do like the ambient music in this. It's it's cool and quite fitting. It sounds almost like Vangelis composed it, which is pretty cool. Damn, I am getting thirsty. I might have to grab myself another drink soon. And I don't have any stream filler. So from what I can tell, I don't think in reality there's much in the way of crates left around. Probably depends on the wood though. Some wood does, interestingly enough, survive better, whereas other wood is just completely gone.
I can't see anything useful here. If he did have a package, it looks to be long gone.
Let's check out the mail room then.
Where's the access point again?
It's in the side of the wall towards the back of the room. You'll see the metal has deteriorated there.
Looks like some areas are decaying faster than others.
Yeah, it is. We have a request from a conservation group to photograph the opening so the decay can be monitored.
No problem.
Should we take a photo now then, perhaps?
Done. I'm through to the mailroom.
Deck plans show there is a parcel room to the right of the mail room, near the stairs.
This room is pretty well preserved. Even the mail sacks look to be in decent condition.
The deeper you get into the ship, the more
I
protected
can't see anything
everything is.
here.
Try the bags near the stairs. There should be some sacks of registered mail destined for New York there.
Yeah, and the mail sacks are still there. As I said, they've just got a very strange sort of fuzz growing on them. Yeah, I should probably, yeah, disable the camera.
Here we go. Found the New York bags.
Can you see Henderson's name on any packages?
Probably wouldn't be legible, but this is a game, so maybe. These must be mail sorting tables. Okay, so we're looking for a particular mailbag then. Oh, hey, crap. Hey, two of them. You know what? For deep sea animals, you've got a pretty sweet crib, I'd say. At least while it lasts. Okay, admittedly I can't see any names on any of these things. Wait, there, I can roughly see some things. New York. I don't know if taking a picture of these bags is going to do anything, but I guess we'll see. Well, I'm wondering if that little box there might be the Henderson package.
Found one for a W.J. Henderson. I think this is it. The packaging isn't in great condition, but the contents look okay.
I can't believe we found it. Is there anything else there with his name on it?
Yeah, me neither.
Can't
It's
see anything else.
basically
I'll make
unbelievable.
my way up now.
Great. See you soon.
Alright. I'm guessing there probably isn't anything else here. I'm not even sure if this is the way we came down. It's not. We came through one of the other hatches, but this will do. Oh wow, that's an interesting image there. Guess we'll switch back to sub view and bring her in. Alright, let's see what we've got.
I'll just get this cleaned up before our call.
I'm surprised the packaging survived at all.
This case will need a bit of care. A soak, scrub, PEG bath, and then drying.
Oh, it's a perfume case. You know, they have found perfumes on the wreck as well, which still have traces of the scent and the oils inside them. Alright, let's see what is in here then.
Luckily, glass and gold don't need much attention when recovering. Just a quick scrub to remove the dirt. It's beautiful.
Gillian will be so excited to see this perfume bottle. Her guess at it being French
Oh,
is correct.
there she
Hi,
is.
Gillian.
Hello. What do you have for me today?
We made our way into the cargo hold and mail room.
I'm just
and
gonna
found
quickly
William's note. It
put
was
the
a small
kettle on.
parcel in the registered mail sacks.
That's amazing. I honestly thought that it was a long shot to recover the parcel. What's inside?
A leather case containing a small glass perfume bottle. Looks like gold detailing. You were right with your suspicions. It's French.
I knew it.
I'll send through a photo.
Now that this is recovered, though, I don't know where we should search next.
Honestly, we aren't sure either.
We were hoping the journal and this gift might give us some indication of William's final movements, but we're at a dead end.
You should continue your
miss
search
anything
of the
important,
bow.
did I?
There's still a large portion of the ship unexplored.
Yeah, we need to take advantage of this good weather.
What areas should we explore next, then?
I suggest the D-deck reception area and Turkish baths.
We haven't really ventured into the debris field yet either.
It covers such a large area, though, 3 by 5 miles, and some areas are denser in artifacts than others. It would take us years to search the entire area.
What about that mosaic imaging of the wreck completed recently? Could we identify smaller areas to search from those images?
The divers focused on mapping out the wreck itself more than the debris field, but I heard some other diving teams have started on the surrounding areas as well.
I could contact those dive teams to find out what they have mapped. They may have finished some of the denser debris areas.
It's worth a shot. Let us know what you learn.
In the meantime, we'll keep looking for clues and let you know if we find anything of interest.
Thanks. I hope to hear from you soon.
Why the D-deck reception area and Turkish baths?
They're both areas Henderson would have visited, and we have jobs from other contractors in those areas, so it's a good opportunity. 2 birds, 1 stone, you know?
Fair enough. Will we need any upgrades for this next dive?
Yeah, we need to attach some specialty equipment to Predator for these contracts. The D-deck reception is a basic photography opportunity, so that's fine. But the Turkish baths is a recovery job.
A recovery?
Another dive team was searching that area, and their tethered ROV lost communication with the submersible. They've asked us to recover their ROV for them, and they've been kind enough to supply us with the necessary upgrades.
Do you think it'll be difficult to get out?
Not sure yet. We'll find out when we get down there and try. The ROV looks to be trapped under a piece of pipe, so we'll need to lift the pipe and then drag it out with a hook.
What equipment have they given us?
It's sitting over there on the table next to Predator. Should be easy enough to attach it all.
I'll get onto it now, then.
So, this is a reference to one of James Cameron's 2001 expeditions, where he lost control and power of one of his ROVs. Actually, both of them, but they were able to recover one of them straight away. But one of them was actually stuck inside the Titanic wreck, and they had to use that other ROV once it was repaired to retrieve it using like a fishing hook, I believe, and cable to drag it out. And judging by what we have here, I think we're going to be doing the same
flotation
thing.
meter will help me rescue the downed ROV. There's an empty float bag, a tank of petroleum jelly, and an inflation tube.
Oh,
The flotation bag will be filled with petroleum jelly instead of air. This is because petroleum jelly floats, but it's also dense enough to endure the intense pressure at the bottom of the ocean.
Maybe I just attach it to the outside. Okay.
This hook and rope will be useful when I rescue the downed ROV.
Yep. We're doing the James Cameron style ROV rescue. Well, nearly.
All attached. She's ready for
Thanks.
tomorrow.
Get some rest. We've got a big day tomorrow.
Well, I should probably use...
Radio check.
Crystal clear, Dr. Lynch.
Okay, making my way to the D-deck reception area now. I can access this through the forward grand staircase, right?
Yeah, marking it on your map now. You'll need to park off to the side of the staircase this time, leaving the opening clear.
Right, I am just gonna very quickly get some more hot water for my lemon tea. Just be a moment.
On that night of April the 14th, we all...
Let Charles Lightoller give his account. I've heard this before, I believe.
Knew perfectly well that we were just about entering the region where ice might be sighted at that particular time of the year, and had taken all necessary precaution. We were steaming that night at a good 22 knots. At 10 o'clock, I was relieved as officer of watch by Murdoch, W.M. Murdoch. Of course, he knew nothing of the death trap lying ahead of us, any more than I did. And so, 5 bells, 6 bells, and 7 bells went by. But barely 10 minutes had passed after the sound of the last bell, when there were 3 sharp clangs on the crow's nest bell, followed by a cry from the lookout cage, "Ice right ahead, sir." Murdoch evidently saw the mass of ice practically at the same time as the lookout men, and shouted, "Hard a starboard, full speed astern." Her bow swung a bit, but not enough, and she struck. She took the blow along her starboard side, masses of ice actually falling on the fore deck.
Alright, I'm back. Got tangled. Alright. So, I've probably heard that interview before from Second Officer Charles Lightoller. You may have actually mentioned this while I was off getting my tea, but he is the senior most surviving officer of the Titanic. He actually survived the sinking, balancing himself along with others on top of an overturned lifeboat. So, we are heading back to the grand staircase. Which, to be honest, for people trying to explore the biggest depths of the ship, it's kind of the go-to place, because it's just basically a huge hole going right through multiple decks, so it allows a lot of access. I like how each time we dive, we actually kind of end up in a different area, so we have to still sort of find the ship. Let's give it the spotlights dead ahead. Okay, we are quite close. So here, we saw a bit of it before when we were exploring the mail room. This is one of the giant cargo cranes of Titanic that would have lowered stuff down those actual hatches there. Here is where the bridge would have been, which had the wheelhouse, basically the control center for the ship. It is long gone. It was made of wood. It was likely smashed by the crow's nest. Well, sorry, by the mast here when it slammed into the ship. And with it also being wooden, anything left probably would have been eaten away. Might be mindless spoilers, so I don't know if the game is going to bring it up any point, but over here, next to this smashed bridge wing, we have a lifeboat davit. So this is where, this is one of the arms. You'd have two of them for each boat that would lower the boats over, as you saw in the little animation at the beginning. This is what would have lowered the boats over the side. Now this one is actually cranked all the way up into the up position again, because in the very final moments before this part of the ship slid under the water, First Officer Charles Murdoch was trying desperately to launch one final boat. So cranked the arm back into an upward position, ready to load another boat on it. But however, the water quickly overcome them, and like it never launched. But a bit like the wireless room and its switches, it's still left in the exact place humans put it in position before it, the ship went down. This is the captain's quarters here. I don't know if we're going to come back here later in the game. We possibly will.
What's with the patches of damage on the deck? I thought it would all deteriorate at the same rate.
Those sections are deteriorating faster because of visitors to the site. Some people land their subs on deck, making it deteriorate faster.
Isn't conservation of this site meant to be important?
It is. It just took a while for people to realize what was causing the damage. No one lands on the wreck now.
Oh wait, aren't the subs supposed to be neutrally buoyant?
I did just smack into the wreck.
But the scratching of the surface is what causes fast deterioration, not the weight. It's better to just not touch anything.
I say as I just banged into it myself. Anyway, we're heading back down the grand staircase. I'll see if I can get another nice cinematic view with the lighting, but I might not have got it precise. Oh, actually, we didn't do too bad at all. So, are we heading? We are heading to the Turkish baths, I believe.
I'm at the staircase, descending to D deck now.
Now, this probably makes me very sad, but when I was playing around with this on the open box modes just to see if it works, I actually know exactly from documentaries and games and just research, I knew exactly where the Turkish baths was. So I kind of know how to head straight there. Basically, there is a small staircase.
I'm at D deck.
Great. The area in front of you is the reception area. Head forward and you'll find a grand piano on the port side.
Oh. Is that what I'm photographing?
Yeah. An American historian is writing
I guess
about
we're
the
doing that
Titanic's
first.
musicians and wants a clear photograph of the piano.
Now, I believe the piano is a total invention. Partly from the James Cameron movie where they show one inside the wreck, but that section of the film was actually filmed in a recreation in a scuba tank. As far as I'm aware, they've never found the remains of an actual grand piano anywhere.
I can't believe this survived.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Like something out of a film.
Yeah, because it is just from the film. But let's take a photograph of it.
I think this is the first room Henderson would have seen when he boarded.
Did you want to take a minute to look around?
Yeah, can I?
Of course. The next task is the recovery in the Turkish baths. So head down the grand staircase when you're finished here.
But something that isn't just from a movie and which is quite interesting is there's actually a lot of these, a lot of remaining sort of stained, I believe, leaded glass windows are still in place, and as well as some of the fittings, because these were like harder wood, harder materials. So a lot of this stuff does actually still survive. And of course, you'll see ceramics on the floor there. A lot of this stuff still survives, it doesn't really decay. Similar things to like this mug here, like my replica version of a sort of a third-class crew or slash crew mug. I've seen plates like, well, that would have been similar to this at the exhibitions as well. Oops, I didn't mean to take a photo there. This might make a nice picture though. I'll tell you what, I'll disable photo mode though. Let's still have a very quick look around before we head to the Turkish baths, which sadly I know exactly where they are and where to go for that. So I'm not sure if it's these ones, but I also remember, I believe it's in Goats to the Abyss, the 2001 expedition for the James Cameron documentary. He had one of the Mir submersibles on the outside of the ship shine its lights through, which illuminated these windows here. I wonder if we can do that actually. I'll tell you what, I'll leave that for another time just to see if that's possible. I don't know if it is, but it would be cool if it was. I don't believe we can head into the dining area. No, I don't think it'll let you go through at all. These doors, still there. In fact, there's a scene from the James Cameron movie which shows these doors and kind of a sort of flashback and a flash forward with them very early in the movie. And it was during the expedition, the exploration for that film, which I believe the expedition itself was in 1995, where these were first found intact by James Cameron's ROV. Oh, is that a mug? Hey, what do you know? I think it actually might be one of these. It's kind of neat. Alright, I'll have a quick look over this way. I'll try not to keep bashing into the ship too much. D-deck. And again, this might seem a bit unbelievable, but some of these signs here are also still in place and you can see them. At least you could during, like, I believe 2001. I think even as early as 1986, actually, they could still find some of these in place. If they're still there now, I don't know. I don't know. Hello, hello, hello. Hiya, Matthew. I'm at the bottom of the ocean visiting Titanic in a submarine controlled by a game controller. What could possibly go wrong? Sorry, Leia, just saw your message. Ah, it's cool, dude. I wasn't expecting you to join. It's nice for you to pop on, though. Just having a quick look around this D-deck lounge area, and then I have to head into the Turkish baths. Yeah, let's head in the Turkish baths, I say. It's a shame the ROV doesn't move any faster than this, but, you know, it's realistic.
Alright, I'm ready. The Turkish baths are at the bottom of the staircase, right?
Yep, straight down and off to starboard.
And as I've said, I am sad enough to know exactly where these things were. So when I was trying this out last night in the sandbox mode, I went straight to them. Hey dude, just having a late dinner with Kay. I'm guessing you mean Kat. Enjoy the rest of the Titanic wreck. Thank you. So, Turkish baths are just through this door here. This door here is a watertight door, and behind this wall in the real wreck is actually the Titanic swimming pool. And, you know, the joke is still full of water to this day. Haha. But because of this watertight bulkhead here and the fact that there's so far no other entrance, we still haven't seen it. We don't know how well preserved it is. And that wreck is a lot of wrecks are creepy. Yeah. Still, though, it is kind of really cool in this little simulator. Now, this is something Cameron did also discovered on one of his expeditions. I think it might have been a bit later on, maybe around 2006 or later.
I'm in the baths now. I can see the ROV here pinned under a pipe.
Great. You'll need to get into position and attach the flotation bag to the pipe. The flotation bag is in the Predator's storage compartment.
Now, when I do a little re-upload, I might try and stick a picture or two up of this. But this room, in real life as well, is in an insane level of preservation. It's because, unlike the steel and wood in a lot of the rooms in Titanic, this one is like tiled walls. So this is the Turkish baths here. And all these tiles, at least most of them, are still in place. Look just like this. Well, honestly, look even better in the real life footage. Some of these fittings here is even in place. In fact, I think they've also got the pattern almost exact on this. This is really cool. Light fittings as well as like remains of like benches and things. So that's pretty neat. Is this accurate? Entirely the same layout. As far as I know, so far it is. From what I do know of like the wreck itself, I've been able to kind of like navigate myself around pretty well. And as I said, this room is exactly where I like knew it would be. And it's in, honestly, the excellent state of preservation. The real one is as well. If you go on YouTube or just like Google pictures, you'll see pictures of the Turkish baths. It looks incredible considering it's been on like the ocean floor for like 100 years. Anyway, oh, and there's a crab. Hello. Well, let's rescue this ROV.
Done.
Okay. Last step is to activate the tank, and it should fill the bag. You can activate it from the menu on your right-hand controller.
Hey, it's working. The pipe is lifting.
Great. When the pipe's completely lifted, you can attach your hook and drag the ROV out of here.
Right.
First though, I'm going to take some pictures. Funny enough, there is pictures almost exactly of this position as well, which is kind of cool. May as well get an action shot of me rescuing the ROV. Alright, let's hook this bitch. Which, again, is something James Cameron actually had to do with one of his ROVs.
I think the motor failed. My arm's not responding.
Is everything else okay? Is the line attached?
Yeah, everything else is operational, and the line's still connected.
Okay, we'll fix the arm when you're back on the surface, but for now, you'll have to be extra cautious. You need to drag the ROV back out to the ground staircase. The extra weight is going to make your controls tricky.
No, you're not wrong there. Predator's really struggling. I'll need to use my other arm until we get this damaged one replaced. This is going to be difficult.
Just take it nice and slow.
Come on, dude. We're gonna get you fixed up.
Am I towing this thing all the way back to the sub?
No, we've an easier way to get out of the wreck. Let me know when you're at the staircase.
Unfortunately, another ROV that did break down, not on Titanic but somewhere else, was Jason Jr., which is like the prototype ROV used in 1986's Titanic wreck exploration. That little robot was sadly lost in the ocean and has never been seen since. I also thought it would be mad if one day just some random diving expedition just finds it. Yeah, the little blue sub.
I'm at the staircase again.
The next step is to attach a tracker to the ROV. There is one in your compartment.
Okay. Now what?
Now remove the hook and let it float straight up to the surface. The other diving team will be able to track it and pick it up.
Alright, let me grab it. Yeah, the sort of hit detection.
Oh, there
is a
she
little
goes.
weird.
Should I follow it up?
No, we aren't finished down here yet.
What's left to do?
We need to collect the gear we left in the Turkish baths.
The flotation gear?
Yeah, it's too expensive to leave down here. You need to deflate the balloon and remove it from the pipe.
Alright. Yeah, okay. That ROV should be safely on its way back up. 2.5 miles to the surface. It's crazy how, like, deep this is. It's not even, like, that deep by ocean standards.
All done. I'm heading back up.
Great. See you soon. I'll get the lab ready to repair Predator.
Yeah, I believe they said the sort of flotation device is full of, like, did they say gelatin? Because it's denser than air and water, and obviously air would just immediately implode in a bag like that. When they have raised objects, especially in the 90s, they've raised them using flotation devices like balloons full of petroleum, again, because it's denser than air. So they're able to, like, fill bags of it and drop it down to, like, this far in the ocean. Well, I say drop, they weigh them down with stuff like old chains, and then when they need to raise the bags, they, like, cut the chains and it releases them back and they just float right on up. I suppose if we just need to return to the sub, we don't actually have to necessarily drive right into it. Oh shit! My ROV's going a little nuts out there. Come back, dude. Alright, we're heading back up. Factoid module. Alright, let's head back to the lab.
Looks like the motor went.
Yeah, we're lucky it's easy to replace.
Oh, my benefactor.
Hey, Gillian.
How are you doing?
As well as can be expected, I guess.
How did you go with the dive teams? Did you find anything?
Not really. I contacted them and looked over the areas of the debris field that they've mapped using cameras. The images are highly detailed, but I couldn't see anything interesting there. They've suggested we consider mapping out an unexplored area.
Well, we could take on that contract for you if you want. Our submersible is capable. It's already fitted with sonar and cameras.
And we haven't found anything else related to Henderson inside the ship. I think we should start looking outside the bow.
Yes, I agree. We may get lucky and find William.
And even if we don't, we'll still be contributing to research of the ship and her passengers.
Do you have the coordinates for the area they want us to check?
Yes, I'll send them through. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm going to the Titanic convention in Southampton tomorrow.
Oh, great. Getting some research done?
Hopefully. It's a good opportunity to meet some of the other relatives of passengers and hear their stories. There's also a demo for a Titanic computer game being shown. Apparently, it's been in development for almost 10 years, but the developers are saying it'll be released soon.
It better be.
Is that honor and glory?
Years ago.
Let us know how it goes. I'd love to hear some stories about Henderson.
I suppose we should prepare for the next dive then.
We've got a lot to do before we head out. Thanks for the update, Jillian.
Not a problem. Let me know how you get on tomorrow.
Will do.
It's
Talk
our
later.
artifacts here.
I suppose I better fix that arm.
Shouldn't take you too long. There's a replacement one on the table.
Yeah, it's dropped on the floor. Woo. Hey, look. Let me give you a hand. Ugh, you're no fun.
All done. See you tomorrow.
See you then.
I'll be in my bunk. So, we're exploring some of the debris
Radio
field
check.
now.
Crystal clear, Dr. Lynch.
Now, this is where
Let's get the
most of the
scanning
objects
started.
actually do come from that they're
I've
recovering.
marked the starting point on your map.
So what's the process exactly?
Well, it can be a little repetitive, but takes a fair bit of skill. Basically, you need to mow the lawn with your sub.
Mow the lawn? What?
You need to scan up and down the area following a strict pattern, making sure you cover the entire area. The data you collect doing this will allow us to create a 3D detailed map of the area. And this will help researchers identify items amongst the debris field.
Right, so if I don't follow the lines perfectly, I risk missing a bit?
Yeah, pretty much. The submersible you're in is already fitted with both sonar and optical equipment for this exact purpose. If we can't make a full mosaic from the images you collect, the blame is kind of on you and your piloting skills.
Oh.
No pressure then.
Well, we were standing on the steerage, third class they call it, and then we couldn't get up to second. And of course, then there was one man with us, and he was our guardian angel, and he said, for God's sake, let the women up. So at that, I got up
And then
to
you
second.
And then you got into a lifeboat.
No, then I had to go to first cabin. The lifeboats were only going from first cabin. So there was a man on the second deck, and he asked me to go on his shoulder, and I climbed over, and then I think it was the last boat that was going out.
Did you take
They didn't
anything
want to
with
let me on because there was too many on the boat already.
But you got into the boat.
But I said to the man, I'd like to go with my sister because there was a neighbor with me, and I thought he'd feel, because I didn't want to lose the crowd. I didn't really think it was any danger, but I thought I'd miss them in the dark. You know, it was very dark.
Did you see the ship sink?
Oh, yes. I was looking at it sinking when we were in the lifeboat, because we're in the lifeboats for 9 hours.
And then which ship rescued you?
Carpathia. Carpathia picked us up then early in the morning, about 9 o'clock or something.
I really love these little interview sections. It does make this a kind of edutainment game, but I think that's good. Just gives it like a little bit more. Alright, so we're doing a little bit of a survey here.
Alright, here we are.
Great. I'm just updating your map with the new path for scanning. You'll need to try and follow the lines as well as you can. If you go off track, try to get back on and keep going.
Will do.
And remember to keep your eyes peeled for anything relating to Henderson.
What exactly should I be looking for?
His Bible, a pocket watch with his initials, his coat, shoes, anything that might have survived.
Right.
So... How do I start scanning then? Do I just start following in the pattern? Oh, no. I don't know if I have achieved anything here. Alright, okay, so it just wants me to scan this area, and I'm guessing the grid disappears as we go over those parts. Okay, okay. Alright, let's mow the lawn. Which is pretty much how they found the wreck to begin with. Basically did like this, sort of a continuing going back and forth over the sea floor with initially sonar, but the sonar didn't pick up anything. And then the last part of the expedition to find the wreck was done by Bob Ballard's American team. The first part was done by the French. Again, the sonar scans didn't find anything. And then the
so tragic. 59 children died during the sinking, the majority coming from third-class families.
Yeah, so I was saying was so Bob Ballard's team at the end, near the end of the expedition, used the Argo camera sled system and basically had a live video feed and painstakingly dragged it above the ocean floor with people watching pretty much 24 hours as it was being dragged along, just seeing if they'd spot anything, and then lo and behold, they started finding little objects, and then ultimately the thing that confirmed it was the Titanic wreck, as they found one of the ship's boilers. Okay, this is a mildly uninteresting part of the mission, but I guess it is educational how these things work. Hey, and there's a rat-tail fish. Hello. Not gonna lie, I was debating whether or not I was just gonna play this briefly and then, you know, continue on with the other games I've been playing, like Fallout New Vegas. I might just finish the game mode for this. Thing is, I don't know how long this game is, that's the thing. Don't know if maybe I could get, like, one more stream in. At least one more. And hey, if I finish it early, I'll jump on something else, like Titanic Roblox or something. Imagine if you could have these little superimposed grids in real life. I imagine it would make this job a lot easier. We're almost done. Oh, I think there's a tiny patch of grid there I haven't hit yet. wait, can I deploy the ROV? I can. Okay. Alright, this little fella here might have better luck finding small objects.
While the lookouts weren't issued with a pair of binoculars, the officers all had their own pairs.
Do we pick these up? No, we'll just leave them. Okay. It's either rock or possibly coal. Could be iceberg boulders. As like melting icebergs pass overhead on the ocean surface, they drop down these rocks. Okay, I can't seem to pick out anything with the naked eye. There's something over here. Oh, I think it's a little bit of the grid that hasn't been scanned. Just head back over that way and grab it. Quite like this little switch between sub and ROV mode here. I don't know if there's any other yeah, I can't seem to pick up anything else obvious with my own eyes. Maybe see if the scans picked up anything.
I didn't see anything jumping out at me, though.
Yeah, that's okay. We can double check the images when you get back up here. They're coming through now. Hopefully something will pop up. Next up is to place a hydrophone. I've marked the location on your map.
I'll head over there now.
Alright, let's head over there then. Who knows, maybe we'll spot something.
Okay, you'll need to dispatch Predator and use the arms to place the hydrophone. It's in the storage compartment.
All right.
Predator's a cool little robot. I want one.
What's with the center casing?
Well, it's all the batteries and computers needed to run the hydrophone and record the data. In a couple of years, they'll organize it to be collected again so they can study the recordings.
That's amazing. Do you need to activate anything?
Nope, it's all set up. Right, what's next then?
Our final contract for today is from a Lebanese society. They want to see detailed images of the funnels. I have the coordinates. I'll mark them on your map.
Another easy contract.
It pays the bills.
I'll head there now. I didn't realize there was a Lebanese Titanic Society. Were there many Lebanese on board?
Oh yeah, there was a large Arabic community on board. Over 100 migrants from Lebanon, Syria and Egypt. Unfortunately, most Arabic names were anglicized on the passenger list, leading to confusion when reporting which people died or survived.
It must have been scary for those passengers who didn't speak English. They couldn't have known what was happening.
Oops. No, we have to be the world's most reckless sub-pilot. Yeah, no, after Stockton Rush. Shouldn't speak ill of the dead, but fucking hell. Oh. Okay, as far as I'm aware, yeah, don't get funnels surviving like this. I think what does remain of them is pretty, like, flattened and decayed. Virtually beyond recognition, although the trained eye can still pick out pipes and the whistles and stuff. Let's try and make this as photogenic as we can. I wonder what that purple marker is.
All done.
Great. They'll be happy with those images.
Anything else?
Nope, that's all for today. You're free to explore or head up to the surface.
I think I'll explore a little.
Yeah, there's that little purple marker. I'm not sure what that is, so I'm gonna go and have it. I'm gonna go and check that out. Alright, dude, you get back here. Oh, I think maybe we're, yeah, maybe we're pressing ascend, not descend. Let's drop down a bit. That's better. Alright, yeah, I'm not sure what that purple map marker is. I'm just gonna go check that out before I head back up. Damn, we've been streaming a little while. I think when it gets to about 10 o'clock, maybe I should switch off. Can we go all up? No, no. We need to get a bed. I was originally planning on going to the gym this morning to do my leg day, but like it just didn't happen. I've been really tired most of the day, so I need to get better at a decent time, and then who knows? Maybe I could do a little bit of streaming tomorrow and Friday. I must say I am loving this game though. So I just didn't have the setup to run it back when it came out, like VR and everything. I didn't even have like not even this gaming laptop to run it, so it's honestly quite cool to be able to play this now, even though, you know, I'm a few years late. What is this thing? That is a rock. That's quite a cool picture. Let's take a screenshot of that. Yeah, it's kind of like the surface of the moon. Only the opposite, it's a super pressurized. Yeah, I think I can manually just fly into the cage as well.
Sorry, but I'm not familiar with this kind of task. What's a hydrophone?
Underwater microphone. They're used to record underwater vibrations like animal sounds and seismic activity.
Why has NCPA asked us to set up a hydrophone this deep underwater then? I didn't think there was much sea life this far down.
There isn't a lot, but we also don't know if fish leave the area because of our subs and ROVs. The NCPA probably want to record the differences between diving on and off seasons.
I guess that makes sense. I never really thought about it before.
And they might want to monitor seismic activity here, see if it correlates with the deterioration of the wreck itself.
Good point.
Okay. So there's a few items around here. Oh, there might be something else over there. Let's have a quick check, and then we should probably head back up to the surface and start our next mission before we head off for the evening.
Pairs of leather boots are grim reminders of the human loss of the Titanic accident. This is someone's grave.
Oh, yeah. So, I don't know if there's any way to say if it's going to be the case 100% of the time. But bodies in the deep ocean don't last very long. They're eaten by scavengers, like these crabs, for instance. The bones themselves are even dissolved because of the, I believe it's the lack of calcium in the water in the North Atlantic around there. But what does remain, what does kind of remain preserved is a lot of, like, tanned leather. Like, it kind of resists decay and being consumed. So often when you find shoes, especially matching shoes in pairs like this on the ocean floor, the thought is it's where a body has lain down on the ocean floor, and that's kind of all that's left of them, and it's like a grave marker. Probably explore quite a bit. I'm not sure how big this area of exploration is. It is very interesting though. What should we do? Just have a very quick run around for like a minute just to see if anything else catches our interest. Yeah, let's bring the ROV home. Let's see if we can do at least one more mission. Okay, let's head south for a bit then. Right, not seeing anything there. Oh. Large structure up ahead.
Davits.
You must be getting close then.
These don't look like regular 20th century davits.
No, these were specially designed to be able to launch more than one lifeboat. Ordered when the original plans still had 64 lifeboats.
Thomas Andrews must have been kicking himself that they didn't stick to his original plans.
Carlyle's plans.
Carlyle?
The Right Honourable Alexander Carlyle was the designer of the Olympic-class liners, not Thomas Andrews.
Really?
The misunderstanding came about because Carlyle retired halfway through the Olympics build, and Andrews took
Wait,
over.
so why is Andrews always mentioned as the only designer in the movies then?
Designer goes down with the ship. Makes for a better story.
There's a huge piece of wreckage here. Oh, and there's a boiler. Huh. Well, let's see if we can get a bigger picture of this structure we've just found. Okay, this is the Titanic's bow section again. We've just landed. We just landed some distance away. So this is actually where the front part of the ship's broken off. So the decks have all kind of pancaked down a bit. Right at the bottom are the ship's boilers. It was one of these ones that had come separated and lying in the debris field. That basically indicated to the searchers that it was the Titanic they were looking at. Confirmation. Right, let me just get an idea of the compass. So, the bow section is facing south. Stern section is separated. I think it should be north, but I am not sure about that. I'm kind of curious if we find some other debris. I guess it depends how accurate this map is. Let's head on over in this direction for a bit. was something there.
Ah, this belongs in the crow's nest.
We found the ship's bell from the crow's nest. The bell actually has also been recovered in reality. Again, I'm not sure when this game is supposed to be set. It's kind of like a weird sort of combination of like the wreck in 1986, like with the crow's nest and some of the stuff we've found and explored since then. Obviously, it's not a documentary, this game, but it is quite cool. This bit of the ambient soundtrack right here almost sounds like something used in one of the old Discovery documentaries. Okay, I'm kind of in my element here. I am just exploring the ocean floor. So don't hate me too much for that, okay? Let's see, what's the time? Okay, I'll give myself to about 10 o'clock.
I think this is an officer's gun.
Could be. Light Toller dropped his while swimming, and the other armed officers were washed off the decks while holding theirs.
Where? Where is the gun? Where is the tower? Where is the gun? Oh, there's the gun. Can we pick it up? No. Spoil sport. I know I keep saying this. We'll give ourselves a few more minutes. There's something there as well. I don't know if it's a boulder. Yeah, it looks like a rock. And that is a rock. I do love the ROV shadow, that's pretty cool. And that is also a rock. Hey, Noah, how's it going? I'm gonna give myself another minute just to look around the ocean floor, and then I'm gonna head back to the surface. Damn, I've drank a lot of sugar today, I should be careful. I think that's another rock. Yes, it is. Right, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Let's head back up. Alright, let's see what our
Oh
scans have
hey,
picked up.
come check this out.
Wow, that worked out great.
You aced piloting Sedna. This mosaic has come together really well. I've started going through the images, but haven't found anything so far resembling Henderson's items.
That's a shame. How long will it take to go through all the images?
I think I can have them all done tomorrow evening. I really hope we find something.
Yeah, me too.
Oh,
Hello,
she's back.
Ian. Jean, how'd you both manage today?
Hi, Jillian.
I think we did well. We've scanned the area and I've started processing the images.
Oh, wonderful news. When do you think they'll be done?
I'd say tomorrow evening. How did the convention go?
It was marvelous. So many people came, and I got to hear a huge range of stories. I'll definitely be attending the next one.
Did you hear anything about Henderson?
Yes, actually. One lady in particular said her grandmother, Anne, was a survivor and spoke of the accident regularly. She remembers Anne talking about the kindness of a Scottish gent who helped families board lifeboats on the starboard side. Apparently, once he learned teenage boys were being banned from boats on the port side of the ship, he went up and down the boat deck telling them to try on the other side.
Sounds like Henderson. How did she know it was him and not another passenger?
He was well known in business circles, wasn't he?
Yes, Anne didn't realize who it was at the time, but her mother did. Years later, she found letters her mother had written to friends about the kindness of William Henderson and other men who helped passengers. She was thankful that he thought it important to keep families together.
That's an impressive story. Does her family still have the letter?
Yes, but she didn't bring it with her. She'll email me through a copy when she can.
It'd be a great thing to include in the biography.
I'd love to accompany it with an image of his final resting place. I hope we'll spot something in these scanned images.
I guess we'll find out tomorrow.
Do you have a plan if we don't find anything in the images?
We'd be at another dead end. I suppose we could select another area and rescan, but I don't wish to keep doing that. My funding can only go so far, and I fear the search would need to be shelved.
That's all right. We understand.
I'd love for us to find him, but if we don't have evidence to follow...
We'll keep searching the debris field and let you know if we find something. You never know, we might find a new lead tomorrow.
I hope so. In the meantime, I'll keep looking for another lead here.
We'll talk again tomorrow evening.
Speak to you then.
So, what's our itinerary for tomorrow's dive?
Just one contract job for tomorrow, but it's an interesting one. You'll be assisting Mr. Ocean to film his documentary on the wreck.
Mr. Ocean, as in the big shot Hollywood director Eddie Ocean.
Oh!
That's the one. He's requested you help light up the wreck with your sub, while he films from another sub. He'll be communicating with you directly through the radio.
AKA James Cameron.
This'll be great.
It'll be an experience for sure, but he's known to have a bit of a temper, so you'll need to make sure you're fast and efficient.
Right. Will you be helping me?
No, unfortunately. I'll be spending the entire day here in the lab, searching through the images. You're on your own for this one.
Anyone else there?
Ocean has 2 historians in the sub with him, but they won't be much help to you. They're just there to assist him. Mr. Ocean has kindly provided us with new wide beam lights. Should give you good coverage, and you can use your normal lights for spotlight work.
Oh god, I've noticed this game is actually filled with a
Radio
lot of
check, Wilson.
in-jokes and references.
All clear, Dr. Lynch. I think you're set. Just remember to only turn on your wide beam lights when you are directed to by Mr.
Can't
Ocean.
I leave them on all the time?
No, they'll drain your battery faster.
Alright, I think I'm ready.
You'll need to change over to channel 95 to speak with Mr. Ocean. His call sign is Ocean 1.
Great. Thanks, Gene. I'll talk to you later.
So how do I do that?
That was around the time I won my first Academy Award. As you know, I've won a fair few since then.
Yes. Very interesting. I'd just like to thank you again for having us here. We're big fans of your work.
I know, son.
Ocean 1, this is Sedna.
Sedna, this is Ocean 1. Welcome to my palace.
Good to be here.
Dr. Lynch, I have my right-hand men here, Harold Walsh and Sean Jones. Say hi to the doctor, boys.
Hello there. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Alrighty, down to business. We're filming sections of the bow today for my upcoming film. It's an educational documentary showing how much I've learned about the ship. And of course, it'll also be a great follow-up to my award.
There's the forward hatch.
I'm guessing you've seen it?
Yeah, a while ago.
Of course you have. It's everyone's favorite. I'll be directing and filming from my sub while you'll provide extra lighting.
Right.
We've
Jesus.
6 locations to get through today, so we better get moving. First up is a shot of the bow. Get into position. Oh, and make sure all other transceivers are off. I'm a patient man, but I won't stand for interruptions.
Yeah, sure.
The bow is a great place to start, Mr. Ocean. So many interesting things located here. The anchors, the ship's name, the iceberg damage.
What part will we be filming first, Mr. Ocean?
A panning shot of the stem, finishing where John and Daisy stood in my film.
That's my favorite part.
I didn't realize John and Daisy were based on real people.
Oh, they're not, but it's such a poignant shot from my film, I just have to recreate it. The fans will be...
Wouldn't it be more educational?
I love this game.
Areas with real history?
Ah, Walsh, we will. But I want to start by filming the most important locations, ones that are linked to my films. We need to start by reminding people about the tragedy of the ship, to capture that...
The scene with John and Daisy. Very emotional.
Of course it was. That movie was a visual masterpiece. And this documentary will be even better.
It's a fun parody of James Cameron, I guess, but he really does care quite a lot about the actual history. Well, at least at times. There are things he got wrong. Alright, this is a marker telling us where to go, I guess. And for Ghost of the Abyss, James Cameron did experiment with like additional stronger lighting over the wreck to get larger, more impressive images of it.
Lynch, turn on your wide beam lights. I want it bright. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. Your lights at that angle are perfect. I'm a genius. You might be asking yourself, how does Eddie Ocean come up with these brilliant ideas? These great shots? And it all comes down to one thing.
Research?
Experience?
Imagination. That's all you need. Imagination.
And funding?
Well, obviously cash is important too, but it's mainly imagination. Don't blind me! Turn off your lights!
Sorry,
You
yeah.
know what
Where
you're
to now?
doing? To the port side anchor. Hurry up!
The port anchor is an excellent choice.
I just
for
realized.
Well, of course it is. That's why I'm heading there.
Did you know there were a total of 5 anchors on board Titanic?
5?
Yes, 3 at the bow and the 2 kedge anchors. One on the starboard forecastle deck and the other next to the stern flagpole.
Fascinating.
All right, here we are. Get into position. I don't have all day.
Fucking Eddie Ocean. I just realized 2017 was 8 years ago. Fucking hell, you are right. That is insane. I hate getting old, and part of that is just realizing how long ago some things were. Right, sounds like I've been bashing against the wreck, or possibly Eddie Ocean's submersible.
Light it up! Now, Lynch!
So, Harold and Sean, what brings you to the wreck?
We are mainly here to assist Mr. Ocean in this expedition. We're producers on this documentary, but we also wanted to see the wreck for ourselves. We've been fans of the Titanic for a long, long time.
And fans of Mr. Ocean, of course.
Cut the chatter! There's an artist at work. Done! Next is Molly Brown's room. I want a shot of that brass bed.
Margaret Brown, Mr. Ocean. She was never known as Molly.
Whatever, Walsh. I don't care.
Sorry, where are we heading?
To B-deck, of course.
But wasn't her room on E-deck? Her account in the Newport Herald said.
I don't care what her account said. I have the camera, and I say it was this room. Lynch, stop dragging your feet. Get into position.
Where do you want me?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe there in front of the window? Get in there! Nice and close.
Well, I guess we're learning how to make a fucking documentary film. Well, let's get ourselves in position. Pardon me, I think I just inhaled some of my honey and lemon tea.
No brass bed here. Well, that's all right. We can work around it. No, no, no!
Oh.
What are you doing? You're in the shot!
I haven't moved. I'm in the same spot.
I'm surrounded by incompetence! You realize who I am, right? We'll have to shoot it again. Move back, and make sure you keep out of the shot!
Sorry. Yeah.
What position am I supposed to be in again? Damn, I need this ambient soundtrack. It's fantastic. It's the kind of thing I'll like listen to late at night if I'm just like trying to chill. I mean, it's a good shot.
You see, that wasn't too hard, was it? If you focus, you can actually learn something about filmmaking. Next up is the captain's quarters. I want a shot of his bathtub and bedroom. Get over there!
I know exactly where that is. I have to head up on the boat deck and look down to see the bathtub. I think the wall
We're
is...
going to cover both the bathroom and bedroom. Just make sure you keep out of the shot.
On the ship. Give you a choice of fresh or salt water, hot or cold.
Salt water?
It was considered therapeutic at the time, although most wealthy people only washed once a week.
Have you seen it before?
Well, I've seen pictures.
I'll tell you what's therapeutic. Diving, especially at this site. I love to come here and relax while filming. It's so calm and peaceful.
I can only imagine.
All right, positioning, lights, come on.
Yeah, so you used to be able to see the captain's bathtub. I believe since then enough of the structure has collapsed where we can't actually see it anymore. But as I said, this wreck mall is kind of a strange little mix.
We're going to cover both the bathroom and bedroom. Just make sure you keep out of the shot.
Right.
Yeah, that's good. The angle's great. And now, the bedroom. What? No, I can't talk. I'm at the bottom of the ocean. Do you know how unprofessional this is? To contact me in the middle of
The
a
universe
shoot?
is so big, to be fair.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you should have known my transceiver was left on. I can't be expected to do everything around here. Unbelievable. Okay, we'll keep going. They can fix it in post. Lights off. The David is up next. Get over to the marker.
Which David are we?
Which David are we filming, Mr. Ocean?
David number 1.
The one First Officer Murdoch last operated.
Where do you want me placed?
Above, pointing your lights down.
Let's get into position.
Come on, lights, lights! I haven't got all day. Yes, that's the way, Lynch. Shine down like the heavens. You don't have much experience diving, do you, Lynch?
Well, this is my first expedition here, but I've dived.
I expected as much, judging by your piloting skills. All right, now get down onto the side of it. I want to see lights coming across, casting shadows. No, that's not quite right. My angle's off. I need to get a bit lower.
Mr. Ocean, you should maybe...
It's not good for the decks, you see.
I'm the experienced diver here. I know what I'm doing.
But you're damaging the wreck.
Oh.
I'll park where I damn well please.
Sitting on the deck.
Stephen never speaks to us like this.
Turn off your beam.
Pick up the pace, Lynch. I'm a busy man. I want another.
Don't even matter in the
downward
universe.
gliding
We only
shot.
matter on
This
Earth.
time for the
Do we even
GSC.
matter on Earth?
The GSC? What's that?
The grand staircase. Keep up. You'll notice that this wrecked staircase doesn't look anything like the one in my film. It's because the original staircase broke up and floated out of the ship as it sank.
Yeah, your recreation looked pretty accurate.
Yeah, I personally oversaw the whole project. I like to be involved in everything, you know. It's a hard job, but the art is worth the effort.
Yeah, I think...
Of course, it couldn't have been done without my team. They helped a lot with the actual production of the film, but it was my guidance that got us there. I think that's why I won so many awards for that film.
Why are we supposed to
Guess
spin?
how many?
Guess how many awards?
11?
Yeah, go on. How many awards did I win?
Well, maybe...
20! Can you believe
20
it?
fucking
20
awards.
for that single film.
We
I'm
might tell other
expecting
people's
more for
stories
this
on their own,
documentary.
but not anything
I'm
else.
revolutionizing the
Depends
film
how you
industry.
mean.
Just being here. Get into
Like
position
mean.
and hurry up with those lights.
A lot of things are up to interpretation. You're kind of your own little universe, and you know, maybe other people are part of that little universe. I'd say it's got no more, no less value than anything else. Alright, big director guy, getting enough shots in?
Did you see that? That damn fish ruined my shot. I'll have to reset and start again.
But Mr. Ocean, that's the ghost fish. It's rare to capture it on film.
Surely you know about the ghost fish.
Of course I know about the ghost fish, Walsh.
Are you going to
Things
follow
can't
us?
ruin the plan.
No,
Kind
I
of.
can't. My sub's too big to navigate down there. Even with my piloting skills, I can't get close enough with a camera.
I can try getting near it with my ROV.
Don't be ridiculous. If I can't get close, you'd have no hope.
Oh.
What size is the ROV? Do you have a decent camera?
It's pretty small and fast, but it's only got a basic camera and lights.
You can't be seriously considering this.
I'm afraid so. Dr. Lynch...
But he's an amateur. If I get an ROV, I'll be able to...
You can't afford an ROV, Mr. Ocean, just like you couldn't afford this dive. It was your decision to blow the film budget on CGI.
That iceberg looks amazing, and you know it. It'll make this film.
You're lucky we even paid to bring you down here at all, with the way you've treated us. It certainly
Oh my
won't be
god, what's with
happening
this
again.
drama?
Are we finished with this filming session, Mr. Ocean?
Yes, I guess so.
Then you're free to go, Dr. Lynch. We'll be in touch.
Yes, of course. Looking forward to it. CCGS Wilson, that's a Sedna, over.
Sedna, this is CCGS Wilson. Over.
I'm ready to head up.
How did you go with the filming?
It was interesting. I'll tell you about it when I surface.
No worries. See you soon.
Oh, right. I should probably call it there, to be honest. We've been streaming for nearly 3 hours.
So, I've had a call from a Mr. Walsh.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, he was with Mr. Ocean. What did he say?
That he and Mr. Jones were impressed with your attitude and interest towards the wreck, and they'd like to hire us for a contract to film a fish?
A ghost fish.
Nice.
Apparently it's newly discovered. The footage of it is worth quite a bit. Seems to live deep inside the wreck, and they need someone to film it with an ROV.
Ah, I wondered about that. They've paid to upgrade Predator's cameras and lights, and want us to dive tomorrow, weather permitting. How was Mr. Ocean?
Painful. How'd you go with the images?
No luck, unfortunately. I'd hoped we'd find something for Gillian.
Well, at least the images can be sent off to other teams.
Yeah, I'm just not sure where we go from here to find Henderson.
I hope Gillian has something for us.
Speaking of...
Hi, Gillian.
Hello, how are things?
Not going well, I'm afraid. We haven't had any luck with the images. I've searched through them all and haven't found anything relating to Henderson.
Nothing came up today on the wreck either.
My research into the debris fields hasn't brought any new leads. I'm very sorry, but we've had no leads on William's gravesite for several days. And as per our contract, I'm gonna have to put my funding for this expedition on hold.
We understand.
Look, I appreciate all the work you've both put into this search so far. And if we do find a new lead, I'll be happy to reopen the search. But I just can't afford to keep you down there without anything solid to pursue.
It's okay. We were aware this might happen. We're thankful that we've had the opportunity to work with you.
This experience has been unforgettable.
We've managed to learn so much about William and his life in such a small amount of time, and it's made a huge difference in the biography. You'll both be credited in the book, of course.
Thanks. We'll continue to look for clues around the site and give you a call if we find anything new.
Thank you. I'm so sorry to have to pull out at such a late stage.
It's fine. We understand.
I hope we'll speak again soon.
Well, that's great.
It's the nature of the job, unfortunately. Sometimes there's information popping up everywhere, and then long periods of nothing in between.
What do we do now?
We continue with our dive tomorrow. Get funding for that, at least. After that, I'm not sure.
In good news, we have some new gadgets for the ROV. The new lights and camera are over there on the table.
I'll get on it now, then.
Alright.
All finished.
See you tomorrow.
Should I do one more mission or should I cut it there?
Radio check.
I guess we're doing one more mission.
Something wrong?
No, just realizing this might be our last dive.
That's okay. I'm sure something will pop up. Even if it doesn't, we'll find another sponsor for next season.
Yeah.
Okay. Where should I look for this fish?
Mr. Walsh said it's usually spotted around E-Deck.
Right. I'll head down there and take a look around. Did he give any tips on how to do this?
He just said it's agile and very fast. Makes it difficult to capture on film.
Okay, so I'll need to be quick and try not to scare it off.
And remember to use the new red lights too. The fish doesn't seem to see red light, so it shouldn't react.
I'll activate them when I get down there.
Alright, so we're at the back end of the bow section. And you head back to the grand staircase. Wait, be right back. No, Nish, no problem. So yeah, this entire section here has actually deteriorated massively in recent years. I mean, it's kind of where all the major damage in this section is, obviously where it broke, so... over time, that's what collapses first. In fact, I think this here is supposed to be the gymnasium. Or it's at least one of the adjoining rooms to the gymnasium, but there is next to nothing left. Oh shit, we almost smacked into the wreck right there again. Alright, let's deploy our little guy. Oh damn, that's probably the best shot I've got of it yet. Well, let's head to E deck. I think this might be D deck. Oh no, it's C deck, damn. D. Alright, we're searching for a fish.
I think I found it.
Can you get it on film?
Yeah. I'll just get closer. Damn! Swam out. Here it is. I'll keep my distance and start recording. Here it is. I'll keep my distance and start recording. I noticed the camera. It's heading for the staircase.
It'll be harder to find if it gets out the ship.
I'll follow it.
You know, I'm quite close to it.
No, it got out.
Quickly, get after it.
Well, alright, ghost fish. Chasing a fucking fish around. Ah, guess it's better than being yelled at by some director. Soon we're going to be out of range very soon. Swim towards the break point. It's a good thing I'm chasing it with an ROV and not a sub, because this would have been fucking dangerous in a manned sub. Seems to be getting away, though. I think I might have lost it. Hey, you're back. How are you doing? Oh, wait. No, no. I think there's the fish there. it's leading me a bit on a bloody chase, though. Come on, surely this is enough video footage for these guys, okay? Must admit though.
Okay, it stopped again.
Do you think you'll be able to get close enough for a clear shot?
Yeah, it's in a good spot here. I've got it.
Did you get enough footage?
Yeah, I think so. Do I need to do anything else while I'm here?
No, that's all you needed to do. You can change back to your normal lights again now. Ready to head back?
Not quite yet. I saw something behind the fish shimmer with the light. I'm gonna check it out.
Might as well. This will probably be our last dive.
It's a pocket watch. There's also clothing, a bowler hat, some shoes. It looks to be a Bible cover.
A Bible? Is there anything identifiable there? A name? Initials?
We need to mark this location, and I'll take photographs so we can verify everything in the lab.
Yes, this is where a body would have lay.
Alright, location is marked. Are you able to collect the pocket watch?
Yeah, it's just sitting on top. I'll leave the other items. WJ... Hey, Gene, I know it sounds unbelievable, but I think this might be Henderson.
Are you sure? I think you might be jumping to conclusions here.
Maybe, but with the initials on the watch and the Bible, I mean, it's possible.
Well, what should we do?
I'll head back to the surface.
I really hope you're right about this.
Yeah, it seems a tad unbelievable, but hey, maybe the fish helped us out, who knows? Just gotta wait for the ROV to come home. And then we'll head back up to the surface. I was going to stop the game here and then continue tomorrow, but I don't know if this might be near its ending. I'm not sure. Yeah, the RV got quite a way away. It's only halfway back. Well, whether this is the end of the game or not, I am gonna have to go anyway. Just wait, we're back to the surface. Oh, this is just an invisible seat, because I would hate the idea of being inside this without a chair. Oh, I see a light. The ROV's back.
This watch is in excellent condition. You wouldn't even know it's been down there so long. The initials are engraved on the back, and the face shows the time the ship sank.
As we already know, Henderson's initials don't match any other first-class passengers. A watch like this would have only been owned by a wealthy man, too.
It looks the same as the one in his photographs. It must be a match.
The shoes and coat seem to be like the style Henderson preferred. He always had his shoes handmade.
The Bible pages appear to be completely deteriorated, but the leather cover is intact.
I'm sold. I think it's time to contact Gillian and let her know.
I agree.
Hello, how are you both?
Going well, Gillian. We have some good news for you.
Oh?
We think we found Henderson's final resting place.
Oh my, are you sure? Where was he?
He was near the back of the bow on the port side, close to the debris field we were scanning 2 days ago. Placed a marker and photographed some of the items at the location.
We also recovered a pocket watch from the site. It has the initials WJH engraved on the back.
Do you think it's possible it could be someone else's? Have you checked them against the photos I sent through?
Yes, the items match the photos.
We've found him.
Oh, you don't know how much this means to me, to finally find William's grave. I was starting to think I was wasting my time chasing ghosts in the Atlantic.
Now you have an ending for your biography.
Not just that, we have closure.
What would you like to do?
I want to come down on the next dive with you and place a memorial plaque at the site. I want to see it for myself.
Great idea.
What did you want to do with the items we've collected?
They'll be displayed in museums, alongside other people's recovered belongings. It's important that children learn about the tragedy of the Titanic, that these objects pulled from the ocean remain as
So this is a very pro-artifact recovery game.
I want to fund our next expedition.
Our next expedition?
Where are we heading?
Oh well, I'm gonna cut it there because I have to.
Sedna, this is CCGS Wilson.
This is...
Okay, so hopefully I can just continue on that level. Oh, you know what? I think we actually might be on the last level anyway, so maybe I should just... I'm getting a PS5 soon. Oh, nice! Yeah, I don't know if I'll get one. Good night, Mono. I've actually decided... Well, you should... Yeah, maybe you want to go bed. I think I'm actually on the last level anyway, so I might just hang on. Because we're basically finished the game, so I may as well just finish it off.
Sedna, this is CCGS Wilson.
This is Sedna. Go ahead. Over.
You should be coming up on the stern now, Dr. Lynch.
Oh shit.
About 200
What is in the
meters
stern?
and closing.
Thanks, Gene. I'll let you know when it starts to show up on my map.
Great. Excited to be back?
Yeah, it's been a long winter. Glad to be back in the driving seat.
Getting bored with the new toys in your lab at the university?
Yeah.
I appreciate all the
PS5 was
funding
a
we
gift
received
from my
after
uncle. Oh,
finishing the
nice.
Henderson
That is
job.
a substantial
The attention
gift.
generated was great for the department. It's just nice to be back out in the field again.
Good to hear. Do you need a refresher with the controls after all this time off?
Sure.
No, I'm good.
I'm a little rusty.
What? No.
All right. Let's run through the submersible controls on your handpiece. If you hold down the B button, a control diagram will appear in front of you. You can operate the submersible using these controls on your handpiece.
Okay.
You can move the submersible forward, back, left, and right using the left
This
joystick.
doesn't sound
To
like the
make
same voice
submersible
actress.
ascend and descend, press the left and right bumpers.
You gonna use subscription to a different Wi-Fi network, so he's getting a free PS5 or Xbox. Oh, nice. Actually wanted the Xbox, but...
Great. How do I interact with objects?
Don't mind the PS5.
Interact with objects in the submersible by looking towards the object.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be buying another new console. I think I'm just... If I put money towards anything, it's just going to be a better gaming PC.
Interact with it. If you ever get stuck, just hold down the B button again to bring up the controls
Will do.
diagram.
Oh.
Right. Now we'll move on to the map and missions. You'll see in the middle of the console in front of you is a map.
Can we skip this?
It shows your current location as a blue pointer at the bottom of the screen. As you approach the wreck, it will slowly appear on the map. The yellow icon is your current...
Okay, I'm just going to restart that again. Oh, man, we already did this. Fine. Actually, the game seems to be on the fritz a bit. Right, I'm just gonna jump quickly out and back quickly in. Yeah, you can connect the controller to your PC. Well, yeah. We're right on the lap. Fuck it. We'll just do it again. Except it seems to be not letting me. For some reason. Why not? Alright, I think the game might have gone a bit glitchy. Ugh, okay. This is annoying. Right, I'm just gonna jump straight into that next level. We'll finish that lap section anyway, so... Right, let's... Hopefully this will all work okay.
Sedna, this is CCGS Wilson.
This is Sedna. Go ahead. Over.
You should be coming up on the stern Dr. Lynch. About 200 meters and closing.
Also, Dr. Lynch, I'm guessing
Thanks,
that is a
Gene.
reference
I'll
to
let you know
Don
when it
Lynch,
starts to
the
show up on
Titanic
the map.
historian.
Great. Excited to be back?
Yeah, it's been a long winter. Glad to be back in the driving seat.
Getting bored with the new toys in your lab at the university?
I appreciate all the funding we received after finishing the Henderson job. The attention generated was great for the department. It's just nice to be back out in the field again.
Good to hear. Do you need a refresher with the controls after all this time off?
Nope.
Sure, I'm a little rusty.
Well, I said no!
Alright. Let's run through the submersible controls on your handpiece. If you...
Fucking hell. We're gonna try this. Oh, I suck.
Sedna, this is CCGS Wilson.
This is Sedna. Go ahead. Over.
You should be coming up on the stern now, Dr. Lynch. About 200 meters and closing.
Thanks, Gene. I'll let you know when it starts to show up on my map.
Great. Excited to be back?
Yeah,
Game hates
it's been
you,
a long winter.
possibly.
Glad to be back in the driving seat.
Getting bored with the new toys in your lab at the university?
Let's get past
I
this
appreciate all the
conversation,
funding we
please.
received after finishing the Henderson job. The attention generated was great for the department. It's just nice to be back out in the field again.
Good to hear. Do you need a refresher with the controls after all this time off?
No.
That's alright. I'm fine. It hasn't been that long.
Good. How far are you from the stern now? You must be almost ready to disengage autopilot.
Okay, they're reciprocating
just
engines.
reaching the ocean floor now.
Okay. Autopilot is disengaged. You'd better place a marker before we head too far. Interact with the button in front of the map to place one.
Marker's been placed.
Right. You can head towards the reciprocating engines then. The location is marked on your map, and the mission log has been updated.
Alright, we're heading
So,
to
this
Titanic
is a photography mission?
Yeah, we've been contracted to photograph a bunch of locations around the stern wreck. We've a couple of side tasks to carry out while we're here too, but I'll let you know as we get to them.
I don't think I've seen many photos of the stern.
Yeah. There aren't many photographs of the stern as it's not as accessible or photogenic as the bow. It's a bit of a mess. The stern suffered a lot of structural damage as it sank, so most of the interior decks collapsed and the starboard side is missing hull plating. But even through all the destruction, quite a few interesting features survived, so we'll be focusing on capturing these on camera. Historians have learned a lot by studying the differences in damage and deterioration between the bow and stern sections. The photographs we take today will help experts monitor the rate of decay for different areas.
Well, there you go. Yeah, the stern is actually very poorly explored. Just because it is largely destroyed.
Alright, I can see it up ahead. The engines are massive.
These two reciprocating engines weigh about 900 tons each and stand just over 9 meters tall. They were powered by the steam from the boiler rooms and turned the two side propellers. They also powered the turbine engines which turned the central propeller.
Looks like the upper decks have collapsed and draped over the cylinders.
Yeah, what used to be the first and second class kitchen galley is covering the starboard side, and parts of the sea deck are laying on the port side.
Whoa, what a mess. I think I'm close enough for a photo.
Great. You'll need to deploy the ROV and use the camera.
Ah, the Predator.
If you look up, you'll find a set of VR goggles and a control panel. To deploy the ROV, look at the VR goggles and then pull the right trigger to use.
I really want to go on a plane. I find planes scary, but yeah, they are kind of cool. I haven't been on one in years. Or diving. I've been diving. It was fun. I was a kid though, so I don't remember too much of it. I reckon I could get a move.
Has anything changed on the ROV since I last operated it?
Yeah. It's had a few upgrades thanks to the additional funding. Top quality transmitters have been fitted, so you shouldn't have any issues going out of range of Sedna. Other than that, the movement controls are still the same as the submersible, and the control diagram still appears if you hold down the info button.
Great. And the camera?
The camera, map, mission log, and inventory are still accessible through the ROV menu. You can open the menu by pressing.
I just want to become a pilot until then you study math. I suck at math. Oh,
Interact with
me
the
too.
camera icon with the laser pointer and pull the trigger to use.
I think this could be a good photo of the two engines. Someone nicknamed them the two sphinxes. Kind of. Almost do like look at two sphinxes just guarding the tomb.
Right. I've taken a photo. What's next?
You can get out of camera mode by pressing and releasing the info button again. From this menu, you can also see the ROV's map with your next goal location and mission log visible. You should head towards the second-class entrance on the boat deck.
Can I get there in the ROV, or do I need to bring the submersible?
Up to you, really. The range on the ROV is enough to cover the entire stern, but you might like to use the submersible to light up your photographs better. To get back into the submersible, press the return button.
Right. I'll head to the second-class entrance now.
You might like to swing past the starboard side before you head up to the boat deck. You can kind of see the turbine and dynamo engines through the missing hull. You'll need to be at ground level to look in, just forward of the strip of boat deck hanging down.
Ah, nice. The dynamos generated all the electricity on board, right?
Yeah. Titanic had 4 steam-driven generators that powered the lights, heating, fans, Marconi radio equipment, clocks, telephones, cranes, and elevators. She also had 2 backup generators on D-deck for emergencies, and they were run every night, just in case. Titanic really was a state-of-the-art ship with all the latest conveniences.
What's so special about the second-class entrance? Why are we heading there?
The Olympic-class liners were the first to provide second-class passengers with an elevator, and the elevator equipment can be seen at the second-class entrance.
Ah.
The elevator ran through the central well of the forward second-class staircase and accessed the boat deck through to the F deck, skipping A deck. An elevator steward was allocated to each of the 4 elevators on board. They manually moved the elevator up and down the shaft using a lever connected to the motors. A good steward could stop the elevator level with each deck and assisted passengers with information about onboard facilities.
Let's have a look. Maybe like the RNL AF, Dutch Air Force, or just regular infantry. Hey, if that's what you want to do. Obviously, you just have to work at whatever the requirements are. So when I was on the little sandbox mode, had a little look over the stern. I don't think this model is as accurate as the bow one, though. Maybe dead before I'm 20 anyways. Well, I hope not. Oh, I think this is the turbine engine right here. Never mind, I know what it is. Isn't the stern basically just... The stern is the back part of the ship. And it is absolutely destroyed on the wreck. I think I've also just went a really wrong way around. It's quite a cool shot though of the sub. I might just take that as a screenshot. It's pretty trashed, this part of the ship. Alright, let's bring the ROV back in and we'll head to the other side. Yeah, we should be careful around here because there's all sorts of debris and stuff. In fact, the only time I kind of know of where there has been an implosion in a submersible which didn't resolve in, like, deaths, like the Titan submarine, was when one of the Mir's submersibles were exploring the stern section and a piece of the wreck hit one of the spotlights and caused it to implode with like a huge bang. You know, everyone in the sub was unfortunately okay, but like scary shit, the kind of forces you get underwater like that. Yeah, so the stern in this game is honestly probably in better condition than it is in reality. Like, a lot more of it is, like, upright and easy to navigate and kind of easy to see. Even though there's a bit more destroyed. The real stern is absolutely shit shape. I still don't completely remember what it is. We're supposed to be checking out. Apparently it's this way.
the second-class entrance. It's not in great shape.
The walls of the entrance are propping the equipment up, but it's leaning to port and unstable. Be careful not to get too close when taking the photograph.
Right.
Alright, so... taking photo of the elevator equipment. I can hardly make out what it is I'm trying to see. Is it just what is in here, I'm guessing? I suppose this, maybe?
Done. Where to next?
Next up is the starboard A-deck crane, just aft of here. I've updated your map and mission log.
I'll head there now. I didn't realize any cranes survived on the stern.
Yeah, this is the only one still attached. It was electric, like the other cranes on board, and was used to access the number 4 hatch on B-deck. The stern holds 4, 5, and 6 were mostly used for storing third-class baggage and refrigerated food supplies.
Right.
Well, let's head that way in the sub as well, provide a little bit of lighting. Ah, there's my ROV. Let's switch back over. Oh. I think the sub might have got it and shot there. Aim the light right down. Hey, there we go. Yeah, I do find shipwrecks in the Titanic wreck especially kind of freaky to look at. But I don't know what it is. Something about just the ambience and the music's just... This is actually kind of chill. Let's see if that's any better. I personally think that's rather photogenic. Am I supposed to just reach the crane? Not take photos?
Alright, I'm at the crane. I'll get the camera ready. Done.
Great. Onto the aft mast. Like the foremast, the aft mast has collapsed, but you'll see it's fallen to port and leaning over the edge of the B-deck hull.
Leaning to port? Was that from the impact?
The stern was spiraling as it landed, and everything shifted to port, including the upper decks. It's more noticeable from the starboard side, but you can see the sea deck second-class promenade windows don't line up with the lower deck walls by about 3 meters.
I had no idea the impact was so violent.
Yeah. The stern was traveling at roughly 60 kilometers per hour when it hit the ground.
Wow.
A lot of debris trailed out of the stern as it spun, and the jagged edges of the exposed decks were folded back or peeled off. The implosion damage had blown out the walls and sides, so the upper decks were lacking supports and collapsed on top of each other as it landed. The only reason the stern has some structure now is the watertight bulkheads remain.
I do really enjoy the little co-op between the sub and the ROV. We're getting there.
Photograph has been taken. Is it just me, or does this mast look shorter than the foremast?
This aft mast is slightly shorter than the foremast. Only the bottom section of both masts remains. The top 4.5 meters were teak and have since disintegrated.
Okay, what's next?
We're heading aft again. Over to the starboard side this time. I'll mark it on your map.
What should I be looking for?
We're moving towards a piece of decking, sticking up out of the collapsed decks.
So we're doing a lot of photography on this one. This is going to be a long final mission.
That it managed to slice through the decks just forward of watertight bulkhead O.
Let's just raise the lights a bit so we don't smash into any wreckage and, you know, die. And, you know, damage the ship even more. Oh wait, I'm actually ascending there. I need to descend a bit. Navigating around this is a bit tricky. Oh, I see the sub. some more photography then. I reckon they're gonna get us to photograph the propellers at some point.
The exposed joists on top can pose a threat for the ROV. Make sure you don't get too close.
Right, I'll keep my distance.
Yeah, it was joists or at least other pieces of wreckage a bit like that, which is what struck one of the Mir submersibles. Bust spotlight. Again, I'm not entirely sure what she wants me to photograph. Is it this, perhaps? Or is it the other end? I don't know.
John, why is the decking here collapsed so much more than the port side?
This area suffered massive implosion damage. The stern still had pockets of air as it sank, and the outside pressure increased to a point where the surrounding water
That is a disturbing thought.
The implosion was powerful enough to strip away all the cabin walls and supports from this area, leaving the decks to collapse on top of each other.
Survivors reported hearing underwater explosions. Do you think that was the stern imploding?
Yeah, that's the current opinion. Ships don't go down quietly.
Okay, what's next?
We've been asked to recover a tile from the decking just aft of here. There is a small pile of tiles from the third-class general room, and we can grab one from the top of the pile.
Alright, let's switch over to the bot. Yeah, you'll find this.
I found the tile. I just need to pick it up by holding down one of the triggers to interact.
You'll find this all around on the wreck, just random objects like lying around, like, you know, floor tiles on top of the ship, and like heaters on from inside the ship on top of the deck now.
Okay, you should put the tiles in Predator storage then. Just open and close the menu again by pressing and releasing the info button. The tile will appear in the ROV's inventory as a selectable item, and you'll have your hands free again.
Right. So, this tile was originally from the general room. Was that near here?
Yeah. The third-class general and smoking rooms were at the very aft of the stern, just under the poop deck. We'll pass them as we head over to the port side propeller.
I knew we were going to see the propeller.
The general room was used as a covered communal space for families and friends to talk and enjoy music, similar to the open space in the bow. The smoking room next door was strictly for men and was somewhere they could relax and order a drink. If passengers passengers wanted a bit of fresh air, they could head out onto the well deck. The destruction wasn't limited to the top of the ship. The propellers were bent up at an angle of 20 degrees. The correct position of the propeller is 7 meters below ground level. The stern was traveling at about 60 to 80 kilometers per hour and spun 2.5 rotations before hitting the ocean floor. Decks were bent back and the sides aren't connected. The sides must have come apart on the way down because they're bent too far out to be damaged from the impact. The central propeller has been thought to be a 4-blade like Olympics, but Harland and Wolff records show a 3-blade was fitted to Titanic. There are no photographs of Titanic's propellers, only Olympics. Poop deck was covered by the peeled back section, exposing the decks below. The well deck was damaged by implosions. Dr. Ballard left a remembrance plaque on the poop deck, next to a stern capstan.
You can actually see that on this game if you examine it really careful. Moondrop, you're gonna be dead before you're 20? No, you'll have to ask Noah about that. Hello, Moondrop, how are you doing? Oh, this is the other propeller. Oh, and there is the ship's rudder. So yeah, this is the very back of the ship here. Wait, that was the other guy that just said that chat. Yes, Noah. Oh, wreckage. I think the fucking in-game map is suddenly running in circles a little bit. Oh god, I need the sub to be able to light this area a bit better. Right, there's the ROV. Let's drop the lights. I'm having a pain of a time navigating the stern section. Hey, dude. Just checking in off to bed. Still exploring Titanic. Yeah. I was about to finish for the night, but then I realized I'm pretty much near the end of the game. So I may as well finish it. But this last little mission is a long one. Hope you've had fun. I have, thank you. I hope you had a good night. I think I'm heading to the right direction now, at least. Photograph port side propeller. Ah. Okay, well, I'm gonna need the sub to get better lighting for photography, so... The submarine is so much harder to navigate than the ROV. Alright, okay. We seem to be off the ship now. So we shouldn't hit the poop deck. Alright, there is one of the propellers.
Okay, Dr. Lynch. We are nearing the end of our dive. We have a couple of more tasks to complete before returning to the surface.
Right. What's next?
We have a special assignment from a company called VR Education, who are currently building a virtual model of the Titanic shipwreck.
Whoa, the entire wreck?
Yeah. Well, most of it. They wanted to create the model so that new generations of kids and adults will be able to explore the wreck long after it's gone. She's been sitting here on the bottom of the ocean for over a century now, and is expected to disappear by 2030 thanks to hungry bacteria eating at her hull and slowly dissolving her.
Yeah, it really is sad. It'll soon be just a memory. But this sounds like a worthwhile project. What's the assignment they've asked for?
The developers at VR Education have asked us to place a plaque on the stern next to the one Dr. Ballard placed back in the 80s. The plaque is in your ROV inventory.
Absolutely.
Ready to be placed.
Okay. Where's Dr. Ballard's plaque located?
Ballard placed the plaque between two roller fair leaves on the extreme aft starboard side of the stern. I will mark the location on your map.
Thanks, Gene. I'm on my way now.
Well, to be honest, I did want to see this section before the game finished, so it's kind of appropriate that this is the last mission. see if that helps. Oh wow. That is illuminated quite well, thank you. Yeah, so we're right back in 1986 on the first human dives to the Titanic wreck. Robert Ballard left a plaque here, you know, in memorial and requesting that the ship be left alone. And I think you can read
I'm
it.
on location now. I can see Dr. Ballard's plaque.
Hey, fish.
Great. Once you placed it, please take a photo so we can send it to the people at VR Education.
In memory of those souls who perished with the Titanic, April 14th to the 15th, 1912, dedicated to William H. Tantum. All through the stream of the Titanic has been realized by Dr. Robert D. Ballard. The officers and members of the Titanic Historical Society in 1986. So, for a little bit of historical context, this is pretty much the very back end of the ship, where when it was sinking, this is the last part to go down, and this is where most people were still holding on to the very end before it slipped under the waves. I'm gonna read this. This plaque is dedicated to the memory of all lost their lives in the sinking of RMS Titanic on the 15th of April 1912. This plaque is located on the ship's final area of refuge before she plunged into the depths of the icy ocean. May those who perish find peace in their eternal destination. Team VR Education. Titanic VR. That's a good virtual memorial, I'd say. God, there's in pretty much the first documentary about the first visit to the Titanic wreck by Dr. Ballard in 1986, it kind of finishes, I believe, kind of from this point here, like ascending away from the stern. I might be confusing it with Ghosts of the Abyss. I think they also do that in there. Feels almost appropriate to leave it here. Oh, we still have to photograph the memorial plaque. I'll tell you what, let's move the sub back just a little bit. Raise the lights a touch. Hey, and there's a crab and a fish to say hello. Let me get both you guys in.
Photo taken. The plaque reads, "This plaque is dedicated to the memory of all those who lost their lives on the sinking of RMS Titanic on the 15th of April, 1912. This plaque is located on the ship's final area of refuge before she plunged into the depths of the icy ocean. May those who perished find peace at their eternal destination."
Very poignant. It's sad to know that many of the victims on that tragic night spent their last few moments clinging to life in this very spot.
Yep.
It was the last part of Titanic to submerge.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it would have been like. This whole trip was a big honor. And I feel like this one's gonna stick with me.
Me too. It was a pleasure guiding you on your dives, Dr. Lynch. I hope we can get to do this again someday.
Don't mention it. You performed brilliantly. Yeah, I think it's time to call it a day. Let's hope we get some funding to come back here in the future. I'm sure there's a lot more to be discovered.
Me too. Just hit the autopilot to return to the ship.
Well, I think that might be it, but let's hold on for a moment. Oh. I think the game's glitching a bit. Oh, what is the time? My goodness, it is after 11 o'clock, so I definitely need to get my gym stuff together and head to bed. Looks like I'm not going to have time to watch any Walking Dead tonight, but that's alright. I've actually really enjoyed this stream. I bought this cup especially for this occasion. Let's see, I can make some softer light than that. There we go, it's a bit better. So I don't think this game is actually loading. Stall it one more time, although probably just for the credits. VR immersive education. I did its job. Credits, I think. Oh, memory of Anthony Tony Meredith, 1966 to 2018, lead artist and friend. Oh, rest in peace. You did a wonderful job, sir. I found this game surprisingly more moving than I thought I would. I think they actually approached it quite respectfully. Which, from what I've heard, the other game I was thinking about playing initially, like kind of an older version of, rougher version of this, Dive the Titanic, not so much. But, yeah, that was good. That was really good. just move the screens around a touch. So yeah, this technically the sinking anniversary was, as we said, yesterday, but you know, the survivors still would have been on the Carpathia at this point, heading to New York. I don't think they got there until, was it the maybe the 18th? It did take a couple of days at least. Bad weather and the hazards in the ocean did prevent the return of the rescue ship to New York for quite a while. What's with all those NAs on voice actors? I like how credits the character, voice actor, and the likenesses. That's pretty cool. So yeah, so I'll save this replica Titanic White Star Line cup for this occasion. Third class cup, authentic Titanic reproduction. I did read apparently they did also use these cups in the crew areas as well, so that's fine. And appropriately, here's the casting for the third class passengers. It's quite nice drinking some lemon and honey tea as well. Now, I do want to thank everyone who has tuned in and watched either live or on repeat. As I said, I am debating whether or not I might repost this stream. I'll leave the stream up as well, of course. I might repost the stream in a video and do a little bit of editing. Like, possibly with, including some images and just some references to things I might mention which aren't on screen. So I think that could be a good idea. In terms of other good Titanic stuff on YouTube, the two that immediately come to my mind are the channels Historic Travels with Sam and everyone's friend Mike Brady of Ocean Liner Designs. In fact, I was just watching a video of Mike Brady and Ken Marshall, famous Titanic historian artist, before I jumped on this today. I think they're doing another one where they're actually going to be going through the new Titanic wreck simulator, Titanic vROV, which is going to be more accurate than this one a hell of a lot. I'm not sure it's just going to be a simple tool for exploration or if they're going to have similar gameplay elements. I'm not sure, probably just for exploration, but that is not to dismiss anything in Titanic VR, this Titanic shipwreck exploration, because this was really good. I liked the story mode. It was kind of a cool way to get you to look around the ship, and as I said, I played this a little bit in sandbox mode just to make sure the game was working the night before, and I honestly can see myself spending a lot of time just like looking around, and it's not going to be totally accurate. I think especially when it comes to the stern, things are a bit, maybe a little bit off there. I might be wrong, but it looks a bit almost too good a condition to what we know what the stern's like, although it could well have been more like that at some point during the wreck history. But the bow section is done very, very well, although unfortunately it also looks a bit different now and has deteriorated over time. But before I do head off, yeah, why exactly did I do this? Well, lifelong interest in the Titanic, from even before the movie came out, the James Cameron film. I remember reading about it as a child and just being absolutely fascinated. And I have been just interested ever since, but I think the movie really did help quite a lot with that. Don't know if I'll be playing anything else then after we've done this. Couple of things I do want to show though, which is of interest. So, I don't have the merchandise collection I used to for like Titanic related stuff, like movies, DVDs, books. I don't have that, but I do have a few little curiosities which I do kind of want to show off. First is this. I actually remember reading this years ago. This is the Mad Magazine edition for like James Cameron's Titanic. It's kind of amusing to look through. I also found out this, which is quite interesting. It's Exploring Titanic, an Isabel Soto history adventure. I'm not sure what it is, but it seems to be some sort of illustrated adventure educational book for kids, which I know I do kind of like stuff like this. It's very interesting. I'm very passionate about history, especially, so I think this this kind of stuff is really interesting, and I like media like that for children as long as it's like done well. I kind of have no smooth way to introduce this final thing I want to show tonight, but I mentioned RMS Titanic and Coalbridge. They're the salvaging company responsible for basically everything that gets brought up, and you know what ends up in museums and occasionally in auction as well. I don't believe they're technically just allowed to sell artifacts to the public, though that may have changed, because I do think some artifacts have been auctioned off in recent years. Artifact salvage is a very debatable thing. I've actually went different ways in it throughout my time. I've been like anti-salvage, and then seeing stuff in museums and thinking how like physical objects and seeing things for yourself does kind of also bring some stuff to life. It's very interesting. It's a debate. We could have it at one point if you want, but what I do want to say is there is one particular loophole in the selling of artifacts, and that's coal from the Titanic. Titanic was full of coal. It was a coal-powered ship, and a lot of that coal spilled out on the ocean floor and in the debris fields. And RMS Titanic had, among other objects for like display and conservation, raised a lot of coal. And coal being a mineral, they technically are allowed to sell that, and they have throughout the years, and you can go on their online store now. You can buy tiny fragments of coal from the Titanic with certificates of authenticity. I haven't bought one new, but debating it ethically, and I felt a little bit guilty about it, but I still ended up buying it either way, so say what you will about that. I did end up purchasing second-hand Titanic coal. This is official coal from the boiler room of the RMS Titanic. There is the certificate of authenticity. It is signed. It has the object number, and yeah, it's kind of eerie. I've debated whether or not I wanted to get rid of this for years after acquiring it almost straight away, because it is quite creepy and borderline disrespectful, but it's just so very interesting. So yeah, this is a fragment of Titanic coal, the coal that would have fueled the boilers if it ever got used, but of course Titanic sank with great loss of life and it never happened. So here's the fragment itself, and I'm assuming this is an image of the larger chunk of coal the fragment was taken from. So you can actually buy coal fragments from the official store in little display cases and stuff if you're ever interested and you care to. Again, I think it's ethically questionable, but and I did buy this one second hand, I must say. I think I'd probably feel a bit more dubious if I did buy it new. I'd have to really do some soul searching, and I have soul searched a bit about this. I'm still not 100% sure how comfortable I feel about it, but I pretty much just keep it in this box all the time, and I occasionally will look at it, especially around now, with the anniversary of the disaster, and I guess it brings a little bit of it to life in a way, and I try and be respectful if possible, though I do make jokes and have silly hats and stuff like everyone else. But God, I must say, in terms of like bringing stuff to life and in a kind of respectful but entertaining educational way. I really like Titanic VR. I think I actually prefer it on desktop. I think if I was using a VR headset for it, it might freak me out slightly. But hey, if you have a system that runs it and you're interested, absolutely get this game. It's relatively cheap at the moment. It's I think I got mine for £15.99. So, hey, by all means, if you want to check it out, and said there's a sandbox mode, you can do just quite a lot of exploration without dialogue or without missions. It's cool, and I guess in the coming days we'll see more about the new Titanic vROV, see how that stacks up. That one's going to be more accurate because it's actually made with direct scans from the Magellan ROV off the Titanic wreck site. But hey, I'm babbling a bit too long, as I often do on this. So I say thank you very much. I'll probably make this my one Titanic stream / video for this year. Next year I might do something else, but we will see. Anyway, I'll just thank you all very much for watching, and thank you very much, VR Immersive Education Learn Through Experience. This has been really good, and I am absolutely going to be revisiting this a lot, just to explore and just to have a look around. I've took a few screenshots when I was like messing around with it yesterday as well. I just think it's really, there's some really like photogenic and the kind of stuff I would see in documentaries and film. It's kind of cool. But anyway, thank you all for watching. Hope you all appreciate it. And hey, if any Titanic YouTubers just happen to see this, I am always very interested in discussing Titanic related issues. But anyway, you all have a good night. Rest in peace to those who passed away 113 years ago in this disaster, and whatever lessons you draw from it, may we learn from things like these, and yeah, it's just another page in history. Whatever social or moral, philosophical meaning you want to take from it. But anyway, thank you all for hanging out with me while I indulge my interests. And we'll see you next time, where I'll be playing a much more ordinary game. I will be back on New Vegas. But thank you all for watching. Thank everyone in the chat. Darren Ferguson, UK Mets. Particularly Moondrop. Nice of you to say hello. Good to meet you. Noah, Yuti Hard, and Maria Marsbar. But oh, I'm Matthew Hutton. Anyway, I'll catch you all next time. You all take care out there, and have a good one.